Contact by Carl Sagan. Read by Jodie Foster.
By human standards, it could not possibly have been artificial. It was the size of a world, but it was so oddly and intricately shaped, so cleverly intended for some complex purpose, that it could only have been the expression of an idea. Gliding in polar orbit about the great blue-white star, it resembled some immense imperfect polyhedron, encrusted with millions of bowl-shaped barnacles. Every bowl was aimed at a particular part of the sky. Every constellation was being attended to. The polyhedral world had been performing its enigmatic function for eons. It was very patient. It could afford to wait forever. When they pulled her out, she was not crying at all. Her tiny brow was wrinkled, and then her eyes grew wide. She looked at the bright lights, the white and green-clad figures, the woman lying on the table below her. On her face was an odd expression for a newborn. Puzzlement, perhaps. When she was 2 years old, she would lift her hands over her head and say very sweetly, "Dada, up!" His friends expressed surprise that the baby was so polite. "It's not politeness," her father told them. "I said to her, 'Ellie, you don't have to scream, just tell me.' Kids are smart, right, Presh?" When she was 7, she took apart the old Motorola radio in the spare room. The radio was broken and had been retired some years before. Reinserting a tube and plugging the set in, she was delighted to see it begin to glow, and an ocean of static arose. She turned the knob marked frequency and came upon a voice talking excitedly about a Russian machine that was in the sky, endlessly circling the Earth. Endlessly, she thought. Her heart was beating, her palms were sweating. She thought about the inside of the radio. How did the voice and the music of the orchestras get in there? Was radio carried by the air? What is frequency? Why do you have to plug it in for it to work? Could you make a kind of map showing how the electricity runs through the radio? Later, in her favorite spot in the backyard, affecting a casual air when her mother walked by with the laundry, "Ellie, what have you been up to?" "Nothing, Mom. Just thinking." In her 10th summer, on vacation at a lake in Michigan, she walked down alone to the wooden pier one sultry moonless night. It was perfectly still. She looked up at the brilliant spangled sky and found her heart racing. She found a soft patch of grass and lay down. The sky was blazing with stars, thousands of them, most twinkling, a few bright and steady. If you looked carefully, you could see faint differences in color. The ground beneath her was solid and reassuring. This is all a big ball, turning in the middle of the sky once a day, with millions of people glued to it, talking different languages, wearing funny clothes, all stuck to the same ball. But if something as big as the Earth turned once a day, it had to be moving at an unbelievable speed. She thought she could now actually feel the Earth turn, not just imagine it, but really feel it in the pit of her stomach. It was like descending in a fast elevator. Gratifyingly, she was overtaken by the giddy sense that unless she clutched the clumps of grass on either side of her, she would fall up into the sky. When she was 11, her beloved father died, and everything changed. In the 7th grade, they were studying pi. It was a Greek letter that looked like the architecture at Stonehenge. If you measured the circumference of a circle and then divided it by the circle's diameter, that was pi. The teacher said that pi was about 3.1416. But if you wanted to be exact, it was a decimal that went on and on forever without repeating the pattern of the numbers. Forever, Ellie thought. She raised her hand. "How do you know?" How can you count decimals forever? Miss Arroway, this is a stupid question. You're wasting the class's time. Well, no one had ever called Ellie stupid before. She ran out of class sobbing. After school, she bicycled to the library at the nearby college to look through books on mathematics. If you knew something called calculus, you could prove formulas for pi that would let you calculate it to as many decimals as you had time for. She was determined to learn calculus. The book said that pi was a transcendental number. There was no equation with ordinary numbers in it that could give you pi unless it was infinitely long. She had already taught herself a little algebra and understood what this meant. In fact, there was an infinity of transcendental numbers. In more ways than one, pi was tied to infinity. She had caught a glimpse of something majestic. She saw through John Stoughton from the first. How her mother could even contemplate marrying him was a mystery, never mind that it was only 2 years after her father's death. He was nice enough looking, and he could pretend when he put his mind to it that he really cared about you. But he was a martinet, puffed up with self-importance. She was sure that as an associate professor of physics, he secretly despised her dead father, who had been only a shopkeeper. Stoughton had made it clear that an interest in radio and electronics was unseemly for a girl, that it would not catch her husband, that understanding physics was for her a foolish and aberrational notion. It was pretentious. This was an objective fact that she might as well get used to. He was telling her for her own good. She'd thank him for it in later life. That her mother could truly love him was inconceivable. She needed someone to take care of her. Ellie vowed she would never accept a position of dependence. Ellie's father had died, her mother had grown distant, and Ellie felt herself exiled to the house of a tyrant. There was no one to call her Presh anymore. She longed to escape. Surrounding the blue-white star in its equatorial plane was a vast ring of orbiting debris. The world-sized polyhedron plummeted through a gap in the rings and emerged out the other side. In the ring plane, it had been intermittently shadowed by icy boulders and tumbling mountains. But now, carried along its trajectory toward a point above the opposite pole of the star, the sunlight gleamed off its millions of bowl-shaped appendages. If you looked very carefully, you might have seen one of them make a slight pointing adjustment. You would not have seen the burst of radio waves washing out from it into the depths of space. Ellie would look up at Venus and imagine it was a world something like the Earth. She would examine the night sky and scrutinize that unflickering bright point of light. Sometimes she could almost convince herself that she could really see it. A swirl of yellow fog would suddenly clear and a vast, jeweled city would briefly be revealed. She would imagine a young Venusian glancing up at a bright blue point of light in its sky, standing on tiptoe and wondering about the inhabitants of Earth. It was an irresistible notion. She had half expected not to attend college, although she was determined to leave home. Stoughton would not pay for her to go anywhere but the community college where he taught. But Ellie had done spectacularly well on the standardized college entrance exams and accepted a scholarship to Harvard. She arrived for orientation period, a pretty dark-haired young woman of middling height with a lopsided smile and an eagerness to learn everything. She set out to take as many courses as possible apart from her central interests in mathematics, physics, and engineering. But there was a problem with her central interests. She found it difficult to discuss physics, much less debate it, with her predominantly male classmates. There would be a slight pause, and then they would go on as if she'd not spoken. Occasionally they would acknowledge her remark, or even praise it, and then again continue undeflected. She was reasonably sure her remarks were not entirely foolish, and did not wish to be ignored, much less ignored and patronized alternately. So she developed a physics voice, a professional voice. Clear, competent, and loud. It was hard to continue long in such a voice, though, because she was sometimes in danger of bursting out laughing. And every time she found herself in a new group, she would have to fight her way through again, just to dip her oar into the discussion. The boys were uniformly unaware that there was a problem. At the height of the sexual revolution, she experimented with gradually increasing enthusiasm, but found she was intimidating her would-be lovers. Her relationships tended to last a few months or less. The alternative seemed to be to disguise her interests and stifle her opinions. In the late 1960s, the Soviet Union succeeded in landing space vehicles on the surface of Venus, the first spacecraft of the human species to set down in working order on another planet. Over a decade earlier, American radio astronomers confined to Earth had discovered that Venus was an intense source of radio emission. The most popular explanation had been that the massive atmosphere of Venus trapped heat through a planetary greenhouse effect, and the surface of the planet was stifling hot. When the Soviets' Venera spacecraft confirmed that the temperature of the atmosphere of Venus was hot enough to melt lead, Ellie had to admire how powerful radio astronomy was. The astronomers had sat home, pointed their radio telescopes at Venus, and measured the surface temperature just about as accurately as the Venera probes did 13 years later. Ellie began to visit the university's modest radio telescope, eventually getting an invitation to help with the observations and the data analysis. She was accepted as a paid summer assistant at the National Radio Astronomy Observatory in Green Bank, West Virginia, and found that the atmosphere of patient inquiry and the occasional rewards of modest discovery were agreeable to her. They were trying to measure how the number of distant extragalactic radio sources increased as they looked deeper into space. She began to think about better ways of detecting faint radio signals. In due course, she graduated cum laude from Harvard and went on for graduate work in radio astronomy at the California Institute of Technology. For a year, she apprenticed herself to David Drumlin. He had a worldwide reputation for brilliance, but was at heart one of those men you can find at the top of every profession, who are in a state of unrelieved anxiety that someone, somewhere, might prove smarter than they. Drumlin taught Ellie some of the real heart of the subject, especially its theoretical underpinnings. She was too romantic, he would say. The universe is strictly ordered according to its own rules. The idea is to think as the universe does, not to foist our romantic predispositions and girlish longings on the universe. He was a man in excellent physical condition. Prematurely gray hair, sardonic smile, half-moon reading glasses perched toward the end of his nose, bow tie, square jaw, and remnants of a Montana twang. Other professors looked on graduate students as resources for the future, the intellectual torchbearers to the next generation. But to David Drumlin, graduate students were gunslingers. There was no telling which of them might at any moment challenge him. They were to be kept in their places. A stimulating afternoon for his graduate students would be for them to be invited over in twos or threes to drive him to the edge of a favorite cliff near Pacific Palisades. Casually attached to his hang glider, he would leap off the precipice toward the tranquil ocean a few hundred feet below. Their job was to drive down the coast road and retrieve him. It was quite a performance. In her second year at Caltech, Peter Valerian returned to campus from a sabbatical year abroad. He was a gentle and unprepossessing man. No one, least of all himself, considered him especially brilliant. Yet he had a steady record of significant accomplishment in radio astronomy because, he explained when pressed, he kept at it. There was one slightly disreputable aspect of his scientific career. He was fascinated by the possibility of extraterrestrial intelligence. Ellie loved to listen to him. It was like entering Wonderland or the Emerald City. Actually, it was better, because this could really be true, could really happen. But Valerian repeatedly stressed that speculation must be confronted with sober physical reality. The extraterrestrials and their technology had to conform strictly to the laws of nature. But what emerged from this scrutiny and survived the most skeptical physical and astronomical analysis might even be true. As a topic for her doctoral thesis, Ellie chose the development of an improvement in the sensitive receivers employed on radio telescopes. It made use of her talents in electronics, freed her from the mainly theoretical Drumlin, and permitted her to continue her discussions with Valerian, but without taking the professionally dangerous step of working with him on extraterrestrial intelligence. That was too speculative a subject for a doctoral dissertation. She was working on the ruby maser. A ruby is made mainly of alumina, which is almost perfectly transparent. The red color derives from a small chromium impurity distributed through the alumina crystal. When a strong magnetic field is impressed on the ruby, the chromium atoms are raised to an excited state. She loved the image of all the little chromium atoms called to feverish activity in each amplifier, frenzied in a good practical cause, amplifying a weak radio signal. The stronger the magnetic field, the more excited the chromium atoms became. Thus, the maser could be tuned so that it was particularly sensitive to a selected radio frequency. She found a way to make rubies with lanthanide impurities in addition to the chromium atoms, so a maser could be tuned to a narrower frequency range and could detect a much weaker signal. She installed her new instrument, which had to be immersed in liquid helium, on one of Caltech's radio telescopes and detected at entirely new frequencies what astronomers call the 3-degree black-body background radiation, the remnant in the radio spectrum of the immense explosion that began this universe, the Big Bang. Let's see if I've got this right, she would say to herself. I've taken an inert gas that's in the air, made it into a liquid, put some impurities into a ruby, attached a magnet, and detected the fires of creation. She would then shake her head in amazement. How would you explain this to the best scientists of 1,000 years ago, who knew about air and rubies and lodestones, but not about liquid helium, stimulated emission, and superconducting flux pumps? In fact, she reminded herself, they did not have even the foggiest notion about the radio spectrum, or even the idea of a spectrum, except, of course, for the rainbow. How could we hope to understand the science of a civilization 1,000 years ahead of us? After receiving her doctorate, Ellie accepted an appointment as research associate at the Arecibo Observatory, a great bowl 305 meters across, fixed to the floor of a karst valley in the foothills of northwestern Puerto Rico. With the largest radio telescope on the planet, she was eager to employ her maser detector to look at as many different astronomical objects as she could, nearby planets and stars, the center of the galaxy, pulsars and quasars. As a full-time member of the observatory staff, she would be assigned a significant amount of observing time. Access to the great radio telescopes is keenly competitive, there being many more worthwhile research projects than can possibly be accommodated. Reserved telescope time for the resident staff is a perquisite beyond price. For many of the astronomers, it was the only reason they would consent to live in such godforsaken places. She also hoped to examine a few nearby stars for possible signals of intelligent origin. With her detector system, it would be possible to hear the radio leakage from a planet even a few light years away. And an advanced society intending to communicate with us would doubtless be capable of much greater power transmissions than we are. When she thought carefully about it, she was surprised that in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, what could be done was so far ahead of what had been done. The resources that had been devoted to this question were trifling. Some months after Ellie arrived in Arecibo, Peter Valerian came to visit. Nominally, he was there to give a lecture, but she knew that part of his purpose was to check up on how she was doing and provide some psychological support. Her research had gone very well. She had discovered what seemed to be a new interstellar molecular cloud complex and had obtained some very fine, high time-resolution data on the pulsar at the center of the Crab Nebula. She had even completed the most sensitive search yet for the signals from a few dozen nearby stars, but with no positive results. Look at enough stars and sooner or later, terrestrial interference or the concatenation of random noise will produce a pattern that for a moment makes your heart palpitate. You calm down and check it out. If it doesn't repeat itself, you consider it spurious. This discipline was essential. She was determined to be as tough-minded as possible without abandoning the sense of wonder. They took a picnic lunch out along the very periphery of the bowl-shaped dish. Workmen repairing or replacing the panels could be seen in the distance, walking on special snowshoes so they did not tear the aluminum sheets and plunge through to the ground below. Valerian was delighted with her progress. They exchanged bits of gossip and current scientific tidbits. The conversation turned to SETI, as the search for extraterrestrial intelligence was beginning to be called. Have you ever thought about doing it full-time, Ellie? I haven't thought about it much. That's not really possible, is it? There's no major facility devoted to SETI full-time anywhere in the world, as far as I know. No, but there might be. There's a chance that dozens of additional dishes might be added to the very large array. and make it into a dedicated SETI observatory. They'd do some of the usual kind of radio astronomy also, of course. It would be a superb interferometer. It's only a possibility. It's expensive. It needs real political will, and it's years away at best. Just something to think about. Peter, don't you have the sense that if they're anywhere, they're everywhere? If really advanced guys live 1,000 light years away, shouldn't they have an outpost in our backyard? You could do the SETI thing forever, and never convince yourself that you completed the search. No, you're beginning to sound like Dave Drumlin. If we can't find them in his lifetime, he's not interested. We're just beginning, SETI. You know how many possibilities there are. This is the first time when anybody's been able to look for extraterrestrial intelligence. Nobody's guaranteeing success. But can you think of a more important question? Imagine them out there sending us signals and nobody on Earth is listening. That would be a joke, a travesty. Wouldn't you be ashamed of your civilization if we were able to listen and didn't have the gumption to do it? Ellie thought about that. What worries me the most is the opposite. The possibility that they're not trying. Well, they could communicate with us, all right, but they're not doing it because they don't see any point to it. It's like... She glanced down at her picnic tablecloth. It's like the ants. They occupy the same landscape that we do. Well, we don't try to communicate with them. I don't think they have the foggiest notion that we exist. The pulses had been journeying for years through the great dark between the stars. Occasionally they would intercept an irregular cloud of gas and dust, and a little of the energy would be absorbed as scattered. The remainder continued in the original direction. Ahead of them was a faint yellow glow, slowly increasing in brightness among the other unvarying lights. Now, although to human eyes it would still be a point, it was by far the brightest object in the black sky. The pulses were encountering a horde of giant snowballs. Entering the Project Argus administration building near Socorro, New Mexico, the director was a willowy woman in her late 30s. Her eyes, large and set far apart, softened the angular bone structure of her face. Her long dark hair was loosely gathered at the nape of her neck. Walking into the control room, Ellie reassured herself that everything was in order. Through the window, she could see a few of the 131 radio telescopes that stretched for tens of kilometers across the New Mexico scrub desert, like some strange species of mechanical flower straining toward the sky. It was early afternoon, and she had been up late the night before. Radio astronomy can be performed during daylight because the air does not scatter radio waves from the sun as it does ordinary visible light. To a radio telescope pointing anywhere but very close to the sun, the sky is pitch black, except for the radio sources. Beyond the Earth's atmosphere, on the other side of the sky, is a universe teeming with radio emission. By studying radio waves, you can learn about planets and stars and galaxies, about the composition of great clouds of organic molecules that drift between the stars, about the origin and evolution and fate of the universe. But all of these radio emissions are natural, caused by physical processes, electrons spiraling in the galactic magnetic field, or interstellar molecules colliding with one another, or the remote echoes of the Big Bang. Red shifted from gamma rays at the origin of the universe to the tame and chill radio waves that fill all of space in our epoch. In the scant few decades in which humans have pursued radio astronomy, there has never been a real signal from the depths of space, something manufactured, something artificial, something contrived by an alien mind. There have been false alarms. The regular time variation of the radio emission from quasars, and especially pulsars, had at first been thought tentatively, tremulously, to be a kind of announcement signal from someone else, or perhaps a radio navigation beacon for exotic ships that plied the spaces between the stars. But they'd turned out to be something else, perhaps equally exotic. Quasars seem to be stupendous sources of energy, perhaps connected with massive black holes at the centers of our galaxies, many of them observed more than halfway back in time to the origin of the universe. Pulsars are rapidly spinning atomic nuclei the size of a city. And there had been other rich and mysterious messages that had turned out to be intelligent after a fashion, but not very extraterrestrial. The skies were now peppered with secret military radar systems and radio communication satellites. And yet the origin of life now seemed to be so easy. And there were so many planetary systems, so many worlds, and so many billions of years available for biological evolution, that it was hard to believe the galaxy was not teeming with life and intelligence. Project Argus was the largest facility in the world dedicated to the radio search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Radio waves traveled with the speed of light. They were easy to generate and easy to detect. Even very backward technological civilizations would stumble on radio early in their exploration of the physical world. Even now, only a few decades after the invention of the radio telescope, it was nearly possible, theoretically, to communicate with an identical civilization at the center of the galaxy. But there were so many places in the sky to examine and so many frequencies on which an alien civilization might be broadcasting that it required a systematic and patient observing program. Argus had been in full operation for more than 4 years. There had been glitches, intimations, false alarms, but no message. All 131 telescopes of Project Argus were controlled by computers. The system slowly scanned the sky on its own, checking that there were no mechanical or electronic breakdowns, comparing the data from different elements of the array. Ellie glanced at the billion-channel analyzer, a bank of electronics covering a whole wall, and at the visual display of the spectrometer. There was not really very much for the astronomers and technicians to do as the telescope array over the years slowly scanned the sky. If it detected something of interest, it would sound an alarm. Then the Argus project would go into high gear to determine if this one was an instrument failure or some American or Russian space bogey. Even without the false alarms, Ellie was constantly busy. Together with the engineering staff, she devised ways of improving the sensitivity of the equipment. She delegated some of the radio telescopes to examine exotic astronomical objects that had been recently detected by other observatories. She helped staff members and visitors with projects unrelated to SETI. She flew to Washington to keep interest high at the funding agency, the National Science Foundation. She gave public talks on Project Argus and occasionally greeted an enterprising reporter. She had to take care that the tedium did not engulf her. Her co-workers were pleasant enough, but even apart from the impropriety of a close personal relationship with a nominal subordinate, she did not find herself tempted into any real intimacies. There had been a few brief, torrid, but fundamentally casual relationships with local men unconnected with the Argus project. She sat down before one of the consoles and plugged in the earphones. It was futile, she knew, a conceit to think that she, listening on 1 or 2 channels, would detect a pattern, when the vast computer system monitoring 1 billion channels had not. But it gave her a modest illusion of utility. She leaned back, eyes half closed. She heard, as always, a kind of static, a continuous, echoing, random noise. Once she had felt she heard a kind of singing, fading tantalizingly in and out, lying just beyond her ability to convince herself that there was something really there. It was in the area of the sky, containing the star toward which the Voyager 1 spacecraft carried, a golden phonograph record on which were impressed greetings, pictures, and songs from Earth. Could they be sending us their music at the speed of light, while we are sending ours to them only 1/10,000th as fast? At other times, when the static was clearly patternless, she would remind herself of the famous dictum in information theory that the most efficiently coded message was indistinguishable from noise unless you had the key to the encoding. There were 1 billion channels to choose from. You could spend your life trying to outguess the computer, listening with pathetically limited human ears and brains, seeking a pattern. Humans are good, she knew, at discerning subtle patterns that are really there, but equally so at imagining them when they are altogether absent. Some sequence of pulses, some configuration of the static that would, for an instant, give a syncopated beat or a brief melody. She returned to the sky survey mode. It was like a musician listening to the rumble of a distant thunderstorm. The occasional small patches of pattern would pursue her and intrude themselves into her memory. She would admit to herself ruefully, being haunted by the charged particles and magnetic fields of the cold, thin gas between the flickering distant stars. Dr. Arroway. She blinked, removed the headphones, and gave the technician a small, apologetic smile. Sorry, I must have drifted off. It's Dr. Drumlin on the phone. He says he has an appointment with you. Holy smoke, I forgot. As the years had passed since she had served briefly as his graduate student at Caltech, David Drumlin had become increasingly convinced that extraterrestrials did not exist, or at least that they were too rare, too distant to be detected. He had come to Argus to give the weekly scientific colloquium, but he had come for another purpose as well. He had written a letter to the National Science Foundation urging that Argus terminate its search for extraterrestrial intelligence and devote itself full-time to more conventional radio astronomy. He gave her a copy of the letter. But Dave, we've only been at it for 4.5 years. We've looked at less than a third of the northern sky. This is the first survey that can do the entire radio noise minimum at optimum band passes. Why would you want to stop now? No, Ellie, this is endless. After a dozen years, you'll find no sign of anything. You'll argue that another Argus facility has to be built at a cost of hundreds of millions of dollars in Australia or Argentina to observe the southern sky. And when that fails, you'll talk about building some paraboloid with a free-flying feed in Earth orbit so you can get millimeter waves. You'll always be able to think of some kind of observation that hasn't been done. You'll always invent some explanation about why the extraterrestrials like to broadcast where we haven't looked. Dave, we've been through this 100 times. If we fail, we learn something of the rarity of intelligent life, or at least of intelligent life that thinks like we do and wants to communicate with backward civilizations like us. And if we succeed, we hit the cosmic jackpot. There's no greater discovery that you can imagine. Ellie, there are first-rate projects that aren't finding telescope time. There's work on quasar evolution, binary pulsars, the chromospheres of nearby stars, even those crazy interstellar proteins. These projects are waiting in line because this facility, by far the best phased array in the world, is being used almost entirely for SETI. 75% for SETI, Dave, 25% for routine radio astronomy. Don't call it routine. And we've got the opportunity to look back to the time that the galaxies were being formed, or maybe even earlier than that. We can examine the cores of giant molecular clouds and the black holes at the centers of galaxies. There is a revolution in astronomy about to happen, and you are standing in the way. Dave, try not to personalize this. Argus would never have been built if there wasn't public support for SETI. The idea for Argus isn't mine. The National Science Foundation is entirely behind. Not entirely. And if I have anything to say about it, this is grandstanding. This is pandering to UFO kooks and comic strips and weak-minded adolescents. Drumlin's impatience with Argus, she knew, was shared by many astronomers. After the first 2 years, a kind of melancholy had pervaded the facility. There were passionate debates in the commissary or during the long and undemanding watches about the intentions of the putative extraterrestrials. It was hard enough to guess the intentions of our elected representatives in Washington. What would the intentions be of fundamentally different kinds of beings on physically different worlds, hundreds or thousands of light years away? Some believed that the signal would not be transmitted in the radio spectrum at all, but in the infrared, or the visible, or somewhere among the gamma rays. Or perhaps the extraterrestrials were signaling avidly, but with a technology we would not invent for 1,000 years. Astronomers at other institutions were making extraordinary discoveries among the stars and galaxies. Other radio astronomers published scientific papers, attended meetings, were uplifted by a sense of progress and purpose. The Argus astronomers tended not to publish, and were usually ignored when the call went out for invited papers at the annual meeting of the American Astronomical Society, or the triennial symposia and plenary sessions of the International Astronomical Union. So in consultation with the National Science Foundation, the leadership at Argus had reserved 25% of the observing time for projects unconnected to SETI. Some important discoveries had been made on the extragalactic objects that seem paradoxically to be moving faster than light, on the surface temperature of Neptune's big moon, Triton, and on the dark matter in the outer reaches of nearby galaxies where no stars could be seen. Morale began to improve. The Argus staff felt they were making a contribution at the cutting edge of astronomical discovery. The time to complete a full search of the sky had been lengthened, it was true, but now their professional careers had some safety net. They might not succeed in finding signs of other intelligent beings, but they might pluck other secrets from the treasury of nature. However, there were many who agreed with Drumlin. They looked longingly at the miracle that Argus's 131 radio telescopes represented, and imagined using them for their own doubtless meritorious programs. She was alternately conciliatory and argumentative with Dave, but none of it did any good. Drumlin's colloquium was in part an attempt to demonstrate that there were no extraterrestrials anywhere. If we had accomplished so much in only a few thousand years of high technology, what must a truly advanced species be capable of? And yet, in all of astronomy, there was no sign of a phenomenon that could not be understood by natural processes, for which an appeal to extraterrestrial intelligence had to be made. Why hadn't Argus detected a radio signal by now? Did they imagine just one radio transmitter in all of the sky? Did they realize how many billions of stars they had examined already? The experiment was a worthy one, but now it was over. They didn't have to examine the rest of the sky. The answer was in. Neither in deepest space nor near the Earth was there any sign of extraterrestrials. They did not exist. To clear her head, it was her practice to go for long solo drives in her one extravagance, a carefully maintained 1957 Thunderbird with removable hardtop. This time she drove southeast toward the Sacramento Mountains. Could Dave be right? Was it true that no matter how many years went by without the receipt of a message, the project would continue, continually devising novel and expensive instrumentation? What would be a convincing sign of failure? When would she be willing to give up? The whine of her tires on the highway was a kind of white noise, and she found that, involuntarily, she was listening for a pattern. She had taken to listening closely to many sources of white noise: the motor of the refrigerator, the water running for her bath, the washing machine, the roar of the ocean during a brief scuba diving trip to Cozumel. She would listen to these everyday sources of random noise and try to determine whether there were fewer apparent patterns in them than in the interstellar static. What if an interstellar message were being received by Project Argus, but very slowly, one bit of information every hour, say, or every week, or every decade? Suppose they lived for thousands of years and talked very slowly. The opposite was possible as well. The fast talkers, manic little creatures, perhaps, who transmitted a complete radio message, the equivalent of hundreds of pages of English text, in a nanosecond. She was troubled that in their haste to do a full sky survey in less than a human lifetime, to listen to all of the sky at a billion frequencies, that they had abandoned both the frantic talkers and the laconic plotters. But surely they would know better than we what modulation frequencies were acceptable. If they wanted to communicate with us, they would make it easy for us. They would send signals at many different frequencies. They would use many different modulation timescales. So why had we received no signal? Could Dave possibly be right? All those billions of worlds going to waste, lifeless, barren? Intelligent beings growing up only in this obscure corner of an incomprehensibly vast universe? No matter how valiantly she tried, Ellie couldn't make herself take such a possibility seriously. It dovetailed perfectly with human fears and pretensions. We wanted to believe it too badly. Wait a minute, she thought. We haven't even examined the northern skies once with the Argus system. In another 7 or 8 years, if we've still heard nothing, that'll be the time to start worrying. The cold black vacuum had been left behind. The pulses were now approaching an ordinary yellow dwarf star and had already begun spilling over the retinue of worlds in this obscure system. Now the pulses were washing against a warm world, blue and white, spinning against the backdrop of the stars. There was life on this world, extravagant in its numbers and variety. A particular life form with a modicum of intelligence had recently spread across the planet. They had outposts on the ocean floors and in low-altitude orbit. They had swarmed to every nook and cranny of their small world. The first pulses in the train of radio waves insinuated themselves through the atmosphere and clouds, struck the landscape, and were partially reflected back to space. As the Earth turned beneath them, successive pulses arrived, engulfing not just this one planet, but the entire system. Very little of the energy was intercepted by any of the worlds. Most of it passed effortlessly onward, as the yellow star and its attendant worlds plunged into the inky dark. The duty officer, Willie, entered the control area to begin the night shift. A few of the telescopes he could see were devoted to picking up some missed data in Hercules. The remainder were aiming bore-sighted at an adjacent patch of sky, the next constellation east of Hercules. To people in the eastern Mediterranean a few thousand years ago, it had resembled a stringed musical instrument. It was named lyra, the lyre. The computers turned the telescopes to follow the stars in lyra from star rise to star set, accumulated the radio photons, monitored the health of the telescopes, and processed the data in a format convenient for their human operators. Willie approached the command console and nodded pleasantly to Steve, the afternoon duty officer, now collecting his notes and preparing to leave for dinner. As you can see, nothing much. There was a pointing glitch, at least that's what it looked like in 49. Steve waved vaguely toward the window. The Quasar bunch freed up the 110s and 120s about an hour ago. They seem to be getting very good data. Yeah, I heard. I don't understand. An alarm light flashed decorously on the console in front of them. On a display marked intensity versus frequency, a sharp vertical spike was rising. Hey, look, it's a monochromatic signal. Another display labeled intensity versus time showed a set of pulses moving left to right and then off the screen. Willie frowned. Those are numbers. Somebody's broadcasting numbers. There's probably some Air Force interference. I saw them in AWACS about 1,600 hours. Maybe they're spoofing us for fun. Briskly, Ellie entered the control area and approached the main console. Evening, Willie. Steve, let's see the data. Her fingers were punching away at a keyboard as she talked. Vega, only 26 light years away. It's been observed before, always with negative results. I looked at it myself in my first Arecibo survey. Absolute intensity? Holy smoke, that's hundreds of Janskys. You can practically pick that up on your FM radio. Okay, so we have a bogey very near to Vega in the plane of the sky. It's at a frequency around 9.2 gigahertz and not very monochromatic. The bandwidth is a few hundred hertz. It's linearly polarized and it's transmitting a set of moving pulses restricted to 2 different amplitudes. It's being received by 116 individual telescopes. Clearly, it's not a malfunction in 1 or 2 of them. Okay, now we should have plenty of time baseline. Is it moving with the stars? Or could it be some satellite or aircraft? I can confirm sidereal motion, Dr. Arroway. Okay, that's pretty convincing. It's not down here on Earth, and it probably isn't from an artificial satellite in Molinier orbit, although we should check that out. When you get a chance, Willie, call up NORAD and see what they say about the satellite possibility. If we can exclude satellites, that'll leave 2 possibilities. It's a hoax, or somebody has finally gotten around to sending us a message. Steve, do a manual override. Check a few individual radio telescopes. The signal strength is certainly large enough. And see if there's any chance this is a practical joke. A handful of other scientists and technicians, alerted on their buzzers by the Argus computer, had gathered around the command console. There were half smiles on their faces. None of them was thinking seriously of a message from another world quite yet, but there was perhaps a faint air of expectation. If any of you can think of any other explanation besides extraterrestrial intelligence, I want to hear about it. There's no way it could be Vega, Dr. Arroway. The system's only a few 100 million years old. Its planets are still in the process of forming. There isn't time for intelligent life to have developed there. It has to be some background star or galaxy. Someone else said, but then the transmitter power has to be ridiculously large. We need to get going right away on a sensitive proper motion study so we can see if the radio source moves with Vega. You're right about the proper motion, Jack, but there's another possibility. Maybe they didn't grow up in the Vega system. Maybe they're just visiting. That's no good either, Ellie. The system is full of debris. It's a failed solar system, or a solar system still in its early stages of development. If they stay very long, their spacecraft will be clobbered. Okay, so they only arrived recently, or they vaporize incoming meteorites, or they take evasive action if there's a piece of debris on a collision trajectory, or they're not in the ring plane but in polar orbit, so they minimize their encounters with the debris. There's a million possibilities. But you're absolutely right. We don't have to guess whether the source is in the Vega system. We can actually find out. How long will that proper motion study take? Willie got off the phone with NORAD. Major Braintree swears up and down they have nothing that'll give this signal, especially not at 9 gigahertz. Of course, they tell us that every time we call. Anyway, he says they haven't detected any spacecraft at the right ascension and declination of Vega. All right, what about darks? There were many dark satellites with low radar cross-sections designed to orbit the Earth unannounced and undetected until an hour of need. Then they would serve as backups for launch detection or communications in a nuclear war, in case the first-line military satellites were suddenly missing in action. Occasionally a dark would be detected by one of the major astronomical radar systems. All nations would deny that the object belonged to them, and breathless speculation would erupt that an extraterrestrial spacecraft had been detected in Earth orbit. As the millennium approached, the UFO cults were thriving again. Interferometry now rules out a Molania-type orbit, Dr. Arroway. Better and better. Now, let's take a closer look at these moving pulses. Assuming that this is binary arithmetic, has anybody converted into base 10? Do we know what the sequence of numbers is? Okay, here we can do it in our heads. 59, 61, 67, 71. Now, aren't these all prime numbers? A flutter of excitement was quickly replaced by sobriety, a fear of being carried away, an apprehension about appearing foolish, unscientific. Okay, let's see if I can do a quick summary. We have an extremely strong, not very monochromatic signal. Immediately outside the bandpass of this signal, there are no other frequencies reporting anything besides noise. The signal is linearly polarized, as if it's being broadcast by a radio telescope. It's around 9 gigahertz, near the minimum in the galactic radio noise background. It's the right kind of frequency for anyone who wants to be heard over a big distance. We've confirmed sidereal motion of the source, so it's moving as if it's up there among the stars and not from some local transmitter. NORAD tells us that they don't detect any satellites, ours or anybody else's, that match the position of this source. Interferometry excludes a source in Earth orbit anyway. Steve has looked at the data outside the automated mode, and it doesn't seem to be a program that somebody with a warped sense of humor put into the computer. The region of the sky we're looking at includes Vega, which is an A0 main sequence dwarf star. It's not exactly like the Sun, but it's only 26 light-years away, and it has the prototype stellar debris ring. There are no known planets, but there certainly could be planets we don't know anything about. We are setting up a proper motion study to see if the source is well behind our line of sight to Vega, and we should have an answer in, a few weeks if we're restricted on our own, and a few hours if we do some long baseline interferometry. Finally, what's being sent seems to be a long sequence of prime numbers, integers that can't be divided by any other number except themselves and 1. No astrophysical process is likely to generate prime numbers, so I'd say we want to be cautious, of course, but I'd say that by every criterion we can lay our hands on, this looks like the real thing. But there's a problem with the idea that this is a message from guys who evolved on some planet around Vega, because they would have had to evolve very fast. The entire lifetime of the star is only about 400 million years. It's an unlikely place for the nearest civilization. So the proper motion study is very important, but I sure would like to check out that hoax possibility some more. One of the quasar survey astronomers said, "Vega is going to set in another couple of hours. It's probably already risen in Australia. Can't we call Sydney and get them looking at it at the same time that we're still seeing it?" Good idea. It's only middle afternoon there, and together we'll have enough baseline for the proper motion study. Give me that summary printout, and I'll telefax it to Australia from my office. With deliberate composure, Ellie left the assembled group crowded around the consoles and returned to her office. She closed the door very carefully behind her. Holy shit. The visiting scientists' quarters were now all occupied, indeed overcrowded, by selected luminaries of the SETI community. When the official delegations began arriving from Washington, they had to be billeted at motels in nearby Socorro. Kenneth Derheer, the president's science advisor, was the only exception. He had arrived the day after the discovery in response to an urgent call from Eleanor Arroway. The scientists were running a continuous research seminar on the nature, origin, and possible significance of the radio pulses. Ellie, who was obliged to brief the senior officials, supervise the ongoing research, and respond to the entirely proper skeptical scrutiny being offered with some vigor by her colleagues, was exhausted. The luxury of a full night's sleep had eluded her since the discovery. At first they had tried to keep the finding quiet. After all, they were not absolutely sure it was an extraterrestrial message. But the scientists had told their families, and an International Astronomical Union telegram had been sent all over the world. Television camera crews in air taxis and helicopters began making low passes over the facility, sometimes generating strong radio interference. Reporters stalked the officials from Washington when they returned to their motels at night. A few of the press had attempted to enter the facility by beach buggy, motorcycle, or even horseback. Ellie had been forced to inquire about bulk rates on cyclone fencing. Immediately after Derheer arrived, he had received an early version of what was by now Ellie's standard briefing: the surprising intensity of the signal, its location in very much the same part of the sky as the star Vega, the nature of the pulses. I may be the president's science advisor, but I'm a biologist, so please explain it to me slowly. I understand that if the radio source is 26 light-years away, then the message had to be sent 26 years ago. In the 1960s, some funny-looking people with pointy ears thought we'd want to know that they like prime numbers. But prime numbers aren't difficult. It's not like they're boasting. It's more like they're sending us remedial arithmetic. Maybe we should be insulted. She smiled. No, look at it this way. This is a beacon. It's an announcement signal. Prime numbers are very specific, very artificial. It's hard to imagine some radiating plasma or exploding galaxy sending out a regular set of mathematical signals like this. The prime numbers are to attract our attention. But what for? Well, I don't know. But in this business, you have to be very patient. Maybe in a while the prime numbers will turn off and be replaced by something else, the real message. We just have to keep on listening. This was the hardest part to explain to the press, that the signals had essentially no content, no meaning. Just the first few hundred prime numbers in order, a cycling back to the beginning, and again the simple binary arithmetic representations. It was only a few days after the receipt of the message, but she was at once exhilarated and deeply disappointed. After all these years, they had finally received a signal, sort of. But its content was hollow, shallow, empty. She had imagined receiving the Encyclopedia Galactica. We've only achieved the capacity for radio astronomy in the last few decades, she reminded herself, in a galaxy where the average star is billions of years old. The chance of receiving a signal from a civilization exactly as advanced as we are should be minuscule. If they were even a little bit behind us, they would lack the technological capability to communicate with us at all. So the most likely signal would come from a civilization much more advanced. But she couldn't get into their minds. By definition, it has to be mighty hard to understand the behavior of a being much smarter than you are. But even so, why only prime numbers? The Argus radio astronomers had made progress in the past few days. Working together with radio observatories in West Virginia and Australia, they had determined that the source was moving with Vega. Not only was the signal coming, as carefully as they could measure, from where Vega was in the sky, but the signal also shared the peculiar and characteristic motions of Vega. As soon as the discovery had been made, Ellie had assigned a handful of the telescopes to examine Vega in a range of other frequencies. Sure enough, they had found the same signal, the same monotonous succession of prime numbers, beeping away in the 1420 megahertz hydrogen line, the 1667 megahertz hydroxyl line, and at many other frequencies. All over the radio spectrum, Vega was bleeding out prime numbers. Both David Drumlin and Peter Valerian had come down from Caltech. Drumlin was still skeptical. It doesn't make sense. We couldn't have missed it before. Everybody's looked at Vega for years. Arroway observed it from Arecibo a decade ago. And suddenly, last Tuesday, Vega starts broadcasting prime numbers. Why now? How come they start transmitting just a few years after Argus starts listening? Valerian shrugged. There are all those other candidate planets that might have life on them, We're probably not the only kid on the block. But Drumlin, plainly dissatisfied, only shook his head. Between the scientists and the bureaucrats, there was a kind of unease, a mutual discomfort, a clash of fundamental assumptions. One of the electrical engineers called it an impedance mismatch. The bureaucrats thought the scientists were too speculative, too quantitative, and too casual about talking to anybody. The scientists thought the bureaucrats were too unimaginative, too qualitative, too uncommunicative. Ellie, and especially Presidential Science Advisor Derheer, tried hard to bridge the gap, but the pontoons kept being swept downstream. Introducing a newcomer from Washington and positioning himself just a step behind him, Derheer was communicating. What? Bemusement in the arms of prudence? He seemed to be appealing for restraint. Did he think her such a hothead? Dr. Arroway, this is Michael Kitts, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Communications and Intelligence. Kitts settled himself across the desk from Ellie and leaned forward. Dr. Arroway, let me come right to the point. We're concerned about whether it's in the best interest of the United States for this information to be generally known. We were not overjoyed by your sending that telegram all over the world. You wanted to keep the first 261 prime numbers secret? Do you suppose, Mr. Kitts, that the extraterrestrials intended to communicate only with Americans? And don't you think that a message from another civilization belongs to the whole world? You might have asked our advice. And risked losing the signal? Look, for all we know, something essential, something unique might have been broadcast after Vega had set here in New Mexico, but when it was high in the sky over Beijing. In any case, it's too late. Everybody knows now that there's some kind of intelligent life in the Vega system. I'm not sure it's too late, Dr. Arroway. You seem to think there'll be some information-rich transmission, a message still to come. Dr. Derheer says you think these prime numbers are an announcement to make us pay attention. If there is a message and it's subtle, something those other countries wouldn't pick up right away, I want it kept quiet until we can talk about it. Many of us have wants, Mr. Kitts. She ignored Derheer's raised eyebrows. There was something irritating, almost provocative about Kitts's manner, and probably hers as well. I, for example, have a want to understand what the meaning of this signal is, and what's happening on Vega, and what it means for the Earth. It's possible that scientists in other nations are the key to that understanding, and maybe we'll need their data. Maybe we'll need their brains. I can imagine this might be a problem too big for one country to handle all by itself. Derheer appeared faintly alarmed. Dr. Arroway, Secretary Kitts' suggestion isn't all that unreasonable. It's very possible we'd bring other nations in. All he's asking is to talk about it with us first, and that's only if there's a new message. Ellie looked at him closely. Derheer was not a patently handsome man, but he had a kind and intelligent face. His seriousness and air of self-possession were moderated by the warmth of his smile. Why then was he shilling for this jerk? Part of his job? Could it be that Kitts was talking sense? It's a remote contingency anyway. Kitts sighed as he got to his feet. The Secretary of Defense would appreciate your cooperation. Agreed? Let me think about it, she replied, taking his proffered hand as if it were a dead fish. I'll be along in a few minutes, Mike, Derheer said. The moment Kitts left her office, Ellie began talking. What's he after? The Vegan death rays? What's this really about? You're President Lasker's science advisor. What did you advise her? I haven't advised her anything, and I'll be frank with you. I thought what Kitts said was way off base. I think he's acting on his own. Who is he? As far as I know, he's a lawyer who was a top executive in the electronics industry before joining the administration. Ken, I trust you. I believe you didn't set me up for this. Do you know that Drumlin thinks there's another message in the polarization? I don't understand. Just a few hours ago, Dave finished a rough statistical study of the polarization. Derheer looked at her blankly. Ellie asked herself, don't biologists use polarized light in their microscopes? When a wave of light comes at you, she explained, clockwise, the polarization is called right-handed. Counterclockwise, it's left-handed. Now, I know it's a dumb designation. Anyway, by varying between the two kinds of polarization, you could transmit information. A little right polarization, and that's a 0. A little left, and it's a 1. You follow? We have amplitude modulation and frequency modulation, but our civilization, by convention, ordinarily just doesn't do polarization modulation. Well, the Vega signal looks as if it has polarization modulation, and we're busy checking it out right now. But Dave found that it wasn't left polarized as much as it was right polarized. It's just possible that there is another message in the polarization that we've missed so far. Now, that's why I'm suspicious about your friend. Kitts isn't just giving me general gratuitous advice. He knows we may be onto something here. Ellie, take it easy. Look, you've hardly slept for 4 days. You've been juggling the science, the administration, and the press. You've already made one of the major discoveries of the century. And if I understand you right, you might be on the verge of something even more important. I don't have any trouble understanding why you're suspicious of Kitts, but there's some sense to what he says. Do you know the man? I've been in a few meetings with him, Ellie. If there's a possibility of a real message coming in, wouldn't it be a good idea to thin out the crowd a little? Sure. Give me a hand with some of the Washington deadwood. Okay. She looked at him. You're going to help? If the situation stays anything like what it is now, I'll help. We're not going to make our best effort if this thing gets classified. It was a group of about 30 people, some associated with Project Argus, a few senior government officials, among them Valerian, Drumlin, Kitts, and Derheer. Ellie was the only woman. They had set up a large television screen against the far wall, and Ellie was simultaneously addressing the group and the decryption program, her fingers on the keyboard. Over the years, we've prepared for the computer decryption of many kinds of possible messages, and we just learned from Dr. Drumlin's analysis that there's information in the polarization modulation. Now, all that frenetic switching between left and right means something. The precise sequence of left and right repeats. It's a long sequence, so it's a pretty complicated message, and the transmitting civilization must want us to be sure to get it right. Now, we analyzed the total number of bits. It's a number in the tens of billions. Okay, bingo. It's the product of 3 prime numbers. Now, we think that means, maybe, that we're being sent a picture. 3 dimensions. Either a stationary hologram or a 2-dimensional picture that moves. On the screen, they made out an indistinct moving pattern of perfect whites and perfect blacks. Willie, put in some gray interpolation program, would you? Anything reasonable, and try rotating it about 90 degrees. Dr. Arroway, there seems to be an auxiliary sideband channel. Maybe it's the audio to go with the movie. Punch it up. The picture, still unintelligible, was joined by a deep, rumbling glissando, sliding first up and then down the audio spectrum until it gravitated to rest somewhere around the octave below middle C. Slowly the group became aware of faint but swelling music. The picture rotated, rectified, and focused. Ellie found herself staring at a black and white grainy image of a massive reviewing stand adorned with an immense Art Deco eagle. Clutched in the eagle's concrete talons, "Hoax! It's a hoax!" There were cries of astonishment, incredulity, laughter, a mild hysteria. A Drumlin spoke almost conversationally. "You've been hoodwinked. It's an elaborate practical joke. You've been wasting the time of everybody here." Clutched in the eagle's concrete talons was a swastika. The camera zoomed in above the eagle to find the smiling face of Adolf Hitler waving to a rhythmically chanting crowd. The deep baritone voice of an announcer, scratchy but unmistakably speaking German, filled the room. She looked at Derheer. "You know German?" He nodded. "The Führer welcomes the world to the German fatherland for the opening of the 1936 Olympic Games." Ellie and Ken Derheer arrived in Washington for their meeting. Ellie was, she admitted to herself, a little nervous. She had never met a president before, and she wondered how the president would respond to the Vega transmission, on which some public comment would have to be made. "What do you mean, Ken, they get out?" "I mean, Miss President, that our television signals leave this planet and go out into space. Now, the signals spread out from the Earth in spherical waves, a little like ripples in a pond. They travel at the speed of light and essentially go on forever. Now, the better some other civilizations' receivers are, the farther away they could be and still pick up our TV signals. Even we could detect a strong TV transmission from a planet going around the nearest star. For a moment, the president stood ramrod straight, staring out the French doors into the rose garden. She turned toward their hair. "You mean everything? All that crap? The car crashes, the wrestling, the porno channels?" "Everything, Miss President." Derheer shook his head in sympathetic consternation. Those few minutes of television from Vega were originally broadcast in 1936 at the opening of the Olympic Games in Berlin. Now, even though it was only shown in Germany, it was the first television transmission on Earth with even moderate power. Unlike the ordinary radio transmission in the 30s, those TV signals got through our ionosphere and trickled out into space. And 26 years later, it was picked up on some planet of the star Vega, so from their point of view, Hitler is the first sign of intelligent life on Earth. I'm not trying to be ironic. They don't know what the transmission means, so they record it and transmit it back to us. It's a way of saying, "Hello, we heard you." It seems to me a pretty friendly gesture. But it takes another 26 years for the Berlin Olympics to return to Earth, so the Vegans didn't take decades to figure it out. They must have been pretty much all set up, waiting for our first television signals. Dr. Arroway thinks this civilization is monitoring all the nearby planetary systems to see if any of its neighbors develop high technology. Adolf Hitler, Ken? It makes me furious. 40 million people die to defeat that megalomaniac, and he's the star of the first broadcast to another civilization? He's representing us? It's that madman's wildest dream come true. She paused and continued in a calmer voice. What if the Nazis hadn't had television in 1936? Well, then I suppose it would be the coronation of George VI, or one of the transmissions about the New York World's Fair in 1939, if any of them were strong enough. Or Howdy Doody, Milton Berle, the Army MacArthur hearings, all those marvelous signs of intelligent life on Earth. The President shook her head. What are they going to think of us? Toward the end of an informal joint meeting of the National Security Council and the Special Contingency Task Group, the Director of Central Intelligence summarized the official government position. So far, nothing of military or any other interest has been received, though their ability to receive a very weak signal and to return it at such high power levels is impressive. All they've been saying is that they're good at radio astronomy, they like prime numbers, and they can send our first TV transmissions back to us. It couldn't hurt for any other nation to know that. And remember, all those other countries are receiving this same 3-minute Hitler clip over and over again. They just haven't figured out how to read it yet. Someone is likely to tumble to this polarization modulation sooner or later. My personal impression, Miss President, I don't know if State agrees, is that it would be better if we released it to the world before we're accused of covering something up. At this point, Ellie and Peter Valerian slipped into the room, trying not to disrupt the meeting. Derheer directed the President's attention to them. Dr. Arroway, I'm glad to see you've arrived safely. First, let me congratulate you on a splendid discovery. Splendid. We understand you have something new. Would you care to tell us about it? Miss President, I'm sorry to be late, but I think we've just hit the cosmic jackpot. This signal from Vega is, of course, very strong. Now, as you know, there's the prime numbers, and underneath them, in what's called polarization modulation, this eerie Hitler business. But underneath the prime numbers and the Olympic broadcasts, we've just uncovered an incredibly rich message. At least we're pretty sure it's a message. As far as we can tell, it's been there all along. Now, we've just detected it. It's weaker than the announcement signal, but I'm embarrassed we didn't find it sooner. What does it say? What's it about? We haven't the foggiest idea, Miss President. Some of the people at Project Argus tumbled to it early this morning. We've been working on it all night. Secretary Kitts looked up. Over an open phone? With standard commercial encryption. We get a block of information comprising about 1,000 bits. There'll be a pause, and then the same block will be repeated. Then there'll be another pause, and we'll go on to the next block. The repetition is probably to minimize transmission errors. They must think it's very important that we get whatever it is they're saying down accurately. Now let's call each of these blocks of information a page. Argus is picking up a few dozen of these pages a day, but we don't know what they're about. They're not a simple picture code like the Olympics message. This is something much deeper and much richer. It appears to be, for the first time, information they've generated. Now, the only clue we have so far is that the pages seem to be numbered in binary arithmetic. Right now we're on page 10,413. It's a big book. Calculating back, it seems that the message began about 3 months ago. We're lucky to have picked it up as early as we did. Kitts leaned across the table to Derheer. I was right, wasn't I? This isn't the kind of message you want to give to the Japanese or the Chinese or the Russians, is it? The President was still talking to Ellie. Is it going to be easy to figure out? We will, of course, make our best efforts, and it probably would be useful to have the National Security Agency work on it also. But without an explanation from Vega, without a primer, my guess is that we're not going to make much progress. It certainly doesn't seem to be written in any earthly language. Our hope is that the message will come to an end, maybe on page 20,000 or 30,000, and then start right over from the beginning, so we'll be able to fill in the missing parts. Maybe before the whole message repeats, there'll be a primer that will enable us to understand it. If I may, Ms. President. Please, go ahead, Dr. Valerian. This is an intentional transmission to us. They know we're here. They have some idea from having intercepted our 1936 broadcast of where our technology is, of how smart we are. They wouldn't be going to all this trouble if they didn't want us to understand the message. Somewhere in there is the key. It's only a question of accumulating all the data and analyzing it very carefully. Well, what do you suppose the message is about? I don't see any way to tell, Miss President. The star Vega is about 3 times more massive than the Sun and about 50 times brighter. Because it burns its nuclear fuel so fast, it has a much shorter lifetime than the Sun. The Director of Central Intelligence interrupted. Maybe something's about to go wrong on Vega. Maybe their planet will be destroyed and they want someone else to know about their civilization before they're wiped out. Secretary Kitts picked up the idea. Or maybe they're just looking for a new place to move to and the Earth would suit them just fine. Ellie couldn't let that idea pass. Now, hold on, there's a lot of possibilities, but not everything is possible. There is no way for the transmitting civilization to know whether we've received the message, much less whether we're making any progress in decoding it. If we find the message offensive, we're not obliged to reply, and even if we did, it would be 26 years before they received the reply, and another 26 years before they could answer it. The speed of light is fast, but it's not infinitely fast. We're very nicely quarantined from Vega. Let's not panic quite yet. I appreciate those remarks, Dr. Arroway, but things are happening fast, too damn fast, and there are too many maybes. I haven't even made a public announcement about all this. I think we'd better curtail this meeting and reconvene later. Derheer cleared his throat. If I may, Miss President, I beg your pardon, but there are some international implications that I think have to be raised now. The President sighed, and Derheer continued. Tell me if I have this right, Dr. Arroway. Every day the star Vega rises over the New Mexico desert, and then you get whatever page of this complex transmission they happen to be sending to the Earth at that moment. Then, 8 hours later or something, the star sets. Right so far? Okay. Then the next day the star rises again, but you've lost some pages during the time you weren't able to look at it. So it's as if you're getting pages 30 through 50, and then pages 80 through 100, and so on. No matter how patiently we observe, we're going to have enormous amounts of information missing, gaps, even if the message eventually repeats itself. Well, that's entirely right. I don't think any nation can accomplish this project alone. It'll require many nations spread out in longitude all the way around the Earth, every major radio astronomy facility. It would be irresponsible if we wind up with gaps in the coverage because some critical part of the message came when there's no telescope looking at Vega. We'll have to do something about the Eastern Pacific between Hawaii and Australia, and maybe something about the Mid-Atlantic also. The Director of Central Intelligence spoke up. The Russians have several satellite tracking ships that are good in S-band through X-band. If we make some arrangement with them, they might be able to station ships in the Atlantic or the Pacific and fill in the gaps. The President spoke to Derheer. All right, Ken, you may be right, but I say again, this is moving too damn fast. There are some other things I have to attend to right now. Now, I'd appreciate it if the director of the CIA and the National Security Staff would work overnight on whether we have any options besides cooperation with other countries, especially countries that aren't our allies. I'd like the Secretary of State to prepare, in cooperation with the scientists, a contingency list of nations and individuals to be approached if we have to cooperate, and some assessment of the consequences. And for God's sakes, keep quiet about this. You too, Arroway. We've got problems enough. The U.S. government, more or less reluctantly, concluded that Russian participation was essential, though some of the Russian data were redundant because observatories in Japan, China, and India were recording those signals as well. Indeed, every substantial radio telescope in the world that had Vega in its sky was listening. The moment the Americans and the Russians decided to collaborate, and the Memorandum of Agreement was solemnly signed, every other nation with a radio telescope had agreed to cooperate. Every nation tried to make some sense out of the pulses, but so far no one could tell even if the message was written in symbols or in pictures. It was perfectly conceivable that they would not decrypt the message until it cycled back to page 1, if it ever did, and began again with the introduction, the primer, the decoding key. Maybe it wouldn't cycle back for 100 years. Or maybe there was no primer. Maybe the message was an intelligence test, so those worlds too stupid to decrypt it would be unable to misuse its contents. There was a kind of world message consortium, and people were actually talking in those terms. They needed one another's data and brain power if the message was to be decrypted. Religious sects, established, marginal, and some newly invented for the purpose, were dissecting the theological implications of the message. Some thought it was from God, and some from the devil. There was a nasty resurgence of interest in Hitler and the Nazi regime. There were those who considered listening to the signal an abomination, and who urged the observatories to stop. Others considered it a token of Advent, and urged the construction of still larger radio telescopes, some of them in space. Some cautioned against working with the Russian data on the ground that they might be falsified or fraudulent. And there were those who sensed a change in the world political climate, and contended that the very existence of the message, even if it was never decrypted, was exercising a steadying influence on the quarrelsome nation-states. Those who favored such cheerful prognoses sometimes found themselves edging uncomfortably toward ground that had been occupied for a decade by the chiliastic movement. Some chiliasts held that the imminent arrival of the third millennium would be accompanied by the return of Jesus or Buddha or Krishna, or the prophet, who would establish on earth a benevolent theocracy, severe in its judgment of mortals. Perhaps this would presage the mass celestial ascent of the elect. But there were other chiliasts, and there were far more of these who held that the physical destruction of the world was the indispensable prerequisite for the advent, as had been unerringly foretold in various otherwise mutually contradictory ancient prophetic works. Attendance in churches had soared all over America. The message was a kind of mirror in which each person saw his or her own beliefs challenged or confirmed. It was taken as evidence for many gods, or one God, or none. One of the emerging leaders of public opinion was the Reverend Palmer Joss. When Ellie saw one of his rare television appearances, he was immediately recognizable for his resonant voice, his slightly unkempt good looks, and the discoloration beneath his eyes that made you think he never slept for worrying about the rest of us. He was deeply disturbed about science and scientists. The scientists keep their findings to themselves and give us little bits and pieces, enough to keep us quiet. They think we're too stupid to understand what they do. And when we ask for explanations, they tell us it takes years to understand. Now, I know about that because in religion, also, there are things that take years to understand. You can spend a lifetime and never come close to understanding the nature of Almighty God. And now they say they have a message from the star Vega. But a star can't send a message. Who is sending it? Is its purpose divine or satanic? I tell you, my friends, science is too important to be left to the scientists. Representatives of the major faiths ought to be part of the process of decoding. Remember, the scientists don't always get it right. They want to take away our faith, our beliefs, and they offer us nothing of spiritual value in return. I do not intend to abandon God because the scientists write a book and say it is a message from Vega. Drahir had asked Ellie if they could have a quiet dinner somewhere. He was flying in for the summary session with the Russian delegation on the latest progress in the interpretation of the message. But south-central New Mexico was crawling with the world's press, and there was no restaurant for 100 miles in which they could talk unobserved and unheard. So Ellie made dinner herself in her modest apartment at the Argus facility. There was a great deal to talk about. Sometimes it seemed that the fate of the whole project was hanging by a presidential thread. But the little tremor of anticipation she felt just before Ken's arrival was occasioned, she was vaguely aware, by more than that. When they had finished dinner and got down to business, it turned out to be Palmer Joss, whom Drahir wanted to discuss. Ellie said, "Ken, the man is scared stiff. He imagines the message is going to be something that shakes his faith. He has no idea about how a new scientific paradigm subsumes the previous one. He wants to know what science has done for him lately, and he's supposed to be the voice of reason." Drahir shook his head. Compared with the doomsday Kilias and the Earth Firsters, Palmer Joss is the soul of moderation. Maybe we haven't explained the methods of science as well as we should have. Ellie, we're in a bind. Now, you know Joss is very influential. He's been close to 3 presidents, including President Lasker. She's inclined to make some concession to him, although I don't think she wants to put him and a bunch of other preachers on the preliminary decryption committee. The whole thing could unravel over this, so why don't we go and talk to him? The president says that Joss is really fascinated by science. Well, suppose we won him over. Ellie smiled. We're going to convert Palmer Joss? Of course not. I'm not imagining making him change his religion. Let's just make him understand what Argus is about, how we don't have to answer the message if we don't like what it says, how interstellar distances quarantine us from Vega. Ken, he doesn't even believe that the velocity of light is a cosmic speed limit. We're going to be talking past each other. I'm not sure a meeting between Joss and me is what you want, or the president. Ellie, I know who I'd put my money on. I don't see how getting together with Joss could make things much worse. She allowed herself to return his smile. Ellie had planned to meet her friend Vasily Grigorovich Lunacharsky's plane in Albuquerque and drive him back to the Argus facility in her Thunderbird. But the new security people from the General Services Administration had vetoed the idea. Media attention had brought enormous crowds to the isolated desert site. There was a potential for violence, they had told Ellie. She must in future travel only in government cars, and then only with discreetly armed escorts. It would be good to spend some time with Vega again. Everybody called him that after the initials of his first name and patronymic. She had last seen him in Moscow 3 years before. He was a Nobel laureate in physics and a full member of the Russian Academy of Sciences. With the tracking ships now in place, and a few small but adequate radio telescopes installed in such places as Reykjavik and Jakarta, there was now redundant coverage of the signal from Vega at every longitudinal swath. A major conference of the Full World Message Consortium was scheduled to be held in Paris. In preparation, it was natural for the nations with the largest fraction of the data to hold a preparatory scientific discussion. They had been meeting for the better part of 4 days, and this summary session was intended mainly to bring up to speed those such as Drahir, who served as intermediaries between the scientists and the politicians. Vega clearly felt himself under unusual pressures. He had resumed chain smoking. He held the cigarette between his thumb and forefinger, palm up, as he talked. I agree that there is adequate overlap in longitude, but I'm still worried about redundancy. A failure in the helium liquefier on board our tracking ship Marshal Nedelin, or a power failure in Reykjavik, and the continuity of the message is in jeopardy. I suppose the message takes 2 years to cycle around to the beginning. If we miss a piece, we will have to wait 2 more years to fill in the gap. And remember, we don't know that the message will be repeated. I think we need to plan even for unlikely possibilities. They're here asked. Something like emergency generators for every observatory in the Consortium? Yes, and independent amplifiers, spectrometers, autocorrelators, disk drives, and so forth. And some provision for fast airlift of liquid helium to remote observatories if necessary. Ellie, do you agree? Absolutely. Anything else, Vega? I think we should continue to observe Vega on a very broad range of frequencies. Perhaps tomorrow a different message will come through on only one of the message frequencies. We should also monitor other regions of the sky. Maybe the key to the message won't come from Vega, but from somewhere else. Peter Valerian broke in. Let me say why I think Vega's point is important. This is a unique moment, when we're receiving a message, but have made no progress at all in decrypting it. We have no previous experience along these lines. We have to cover all the bases. We don't want to wind up a year or 2 from now kicking ourselves because there was some simple precaution we forgot to take or some simple measurement that we overlooked. The idea that the message will cycle back is the merest guess. There's nothing in the message itself to suggest it. Any opportunities lost now may be lost for all time. I also agree there's more instrumental development that needs doing. For all we know, there's a 4th layer to the palimpsest. Vega nodded vigorously. There is also the question of personnel. I suppose this message goes on not for a year or 2, but for decades. Or suppose this is just the first in a long series of messages from all over the sky. There are at most a few hundred really capable radio astronomers in the world. That is a very small number when the stakes are so high. The industrialized countries must start producing many more radio astronomers and radio engineers with first-rate training. Lighting a fresh cigarette from the glowing tip of its predecessor, Vega went on. There is something else to be said. This is just speculation. It's not even as plausible as the idea that the message will cycle back on itself, which Professor Valerian quite properly stressed was only a guess. I would not ordinarily mention so speculative an idea at such an early stage. But if the speculation is sound, there are certain further actions we must begin thinking about immediately. I would not have the courage to raise this possibility if my colleague Gingrich Arkangelsky had not come tentatively to the same conclusion. He and I have had many disagreements. I must admit that sometimes he has been right, and sometimes I have been right. Almost never, it seems to me, in the early speculative stages of the subject have we agreed. But on this, we agree. Gingrich Demich, would you explain? Arkangelsky seemed tolerant, even amused. We guess that the message is the instructions for building a machine. Of course, we have no knowledge about how to decode the message. The evidence is in internal references. I give you an example. Here on page 15,441 is a clear reference to an earlier page, 13,097, which by luck we also have. On page 13,097, there is another reference. This to a time when we were not covering all longitudes. There are many cases of the back-referencing. In general, and this is the important point, there seem to be complicated instructions on a recent page, but simpler instructions on an earlier page. In one case, there are 8 citations to earlier material on a single page. Ellie looked doubtful. That's not an awfully compelling argument, guys. Maybe it's a set of mathematical exercises, the later ones building on the earlier ones. Maybe it's a long novel in which events are connected with childhood experiences or whatever they have on Vega when they're young. Maybe it's a tightly cross-referenced religious manual. Derheer laughed. The 10 billion commandments. Vega stared out the window at the telescopes through a cloud of cigarette smoke. But when you look at the patterns for cross-references, I think you'll agree that it looks more like the instruction manual for building a machine. God knows what the machine is supposed to do. Ellie was waiting for arrangements to be made for her meeting with Palmer Joss, and also for the day, still some weeks off, when she would fly to Paris for the first full meeting of the World Message Consortium. She and Vega were coordinating the global data collection program. The signal acquisition was now fairly routine, and in recent months there had been not one gap in the coverage. So she found, to her surprise, that she had a little time on her hands. She vowed to visit her mother, who was in a nursing home in Wisconsin, sadly depleted in physical and mental health. There was an absurd amount of backed-up paper and electronic mail to go through, not just congratulations and criticisms from colleagues, but religious admonitions, pseudoscientific speculations, and fan mail from all over the world. She had not read the Astrophysical Journal in months, although she was the first author of a very recent paper that was surely the most extraordinary article that had ever appeared in that august publication. The signal from Vega was so strong that many amateurs, tired of ham radio, had begun constructing their own small radio telescopes and signal analyzers. In the early stages of message acquisition, they had turned up some useful data, and Ellie was still besieged by amateurs who thought they had acquired something unknown to the SETI professionals. She felt an obligation to write encouraging letters. There were other meritorious radio astronomy programs at the facility, the Quasar Survey, for example, that needed attending to. But instead of doing all these things, she found herself spending almost all her time with Ken. Of course, it was her duty to involve the President's science advisor in Project Argus as deeply as he wished. It was important that the President be fully and competently informed. President Lasker, while untrained in science, genuinely liked the subject and was willing to support science not only for its practical benefits, but at least a little for the joy of knowing. This had been true of few American leaders since James Madison and John Quincy Adams. Still, it was remarkable how much time Der Heer was able to spend at Argus. He did devote an hour or more each day in high bandpass scrambled communication with his office in Washington, but the rest of the time, as far as she could see, he was simply around. She would find him talking casually with Drumlin or Valerian, but equally so with junior technicians and with the secretarial staff. Der Heer had many questions for her as well. At first they were purely technical and programmatic, but soon they extended to plans for a wide variety of conceivable future events, and then to untrammeled speculation. These days it almost seemed that these discussions were only a pretext to spend a little time together. They had been slow in recognizing that they were falling in love. It must have been apparent to many others. A few weeks before, when Vega was still at Argus, he was commenting to Ellie on the irrationality of American English. For instance, head over heels in love. This is a common expression, yes, but it's exactly backwards, or rather upside down. You are ordinarily head over heels. When you are in love, you should be heels over head, am I right? You would know about falling in love. But whoever invented this phrase did not know about love. He imagines you walk around in the usual way instead of floating upside down in the air like the work of that French painter. What's his name? He was Russian, Marc Chagall. Afterwards, she wondered if Vega had been teasing her or probing for a response. At least one reason for Der Heer's reluctance was clear. For the President's science advisor to become emotionally involved with one of the message principles was risky. He should be able to recommend courses of action that Ellie opposed, and to urge rejection of options that she supported. Falling in love with Ellie would on some level compromise Der Heer's effectiveness. For Ellie, it was more complicated. Before she had acquired the somewhat staid respectability of the directorship of a major radio observatory, she had had many partners. While she had felt herself in love and declared herself so, marriage had never seriously tempted her. She recalled how charming John Stoughton had been to her while courting her mother, and how easily he had cast off this pose after he became her stepfather. Some new and monstrous persona could emerge in men shortly after you married them. Her romantic predispositions made her vulnerable, she thought. She was not going to repeat her mother's mistake. A little deeper was a fear of falling in love without reservation, of committing herself to someone who might then be snatched from her, or simply leave her. But if you never really fall in love, you can never really miss it. She was dimly aware that this sentiment did not ring quite true. Also, if she never really fell in love with someone, she could never really betray him, as in her heart of hearts she felt that her mother had betrayed her long-dead father. She still missed him terribly. With Ken, it seemed to be different. Unlike many other men she could think of when challenged or stressed, Ken displayed a gentler, more compassionate side. His tendency to compromise and his skill in scientific politics were part of his job, but underneath she felt she had glimpsed something solid. She respected him for the way he had integrated science into the whole of his life, and for the courageous support for science that he had tried to inculcate in 2 administrations. They had, as discreetly as possible, been staying together more or less in her small apartment at Argus. Their conversations were a joyous exchange of ideas. Sometimes they responded to each other's uncompleted thoughts with almost perfect foreknowledge. He was a considerate and inventive lover. And anyway, she liked his pheromones. She was sometimes amazed at what she was able to do and say in his presence because of their love. She came to admire him so much that his love for her affected her own self-esteem. She liked herself better because of him, and he clearly felt the same. In the presence of so many of her friends, she had felt an undercurrent of loneliness. With Ken, it was gone. It was odd the way it had worked out. She had imagined that Palmer Joss would come to the Argus facility, watch the signal being gathered in by the radio telescopes, and take note of the huge room full of magnetic tapes and disks on which the previous many months of data were stored. He would ask a few scientific questions and then examine some of the reams of computer printout displaying the still incomprehensible message. She hadn't imagined spending hours arguing philosophy or theology. But Joss had refused to come to Argus. It wasn't magnetic tape he wanted to scrutinize, he said. It was human character. Peter Valerian would have been ideal for this discussion, unpretentious, able to communicate clearly, and bulwarked by a genuine Christian faith that engaged him daily. But the president had apparently vetoed the idea. She had wanted a small meeting and had explicitly asked that Ellie attend. Kender here would be with her, but it was Ellie that Palmer Joss wanted to meet. Joss had insisted that the discussion be held here, at his religious center in Modesto, California. Joss, the faintest of smiles on his face, his eyes half closed and his head bowed in what seemed an attitude of prayer, was listening carefully to what Ellie had to say. Reverend Joss, I want you to understand that I'm not attacking anybody's belief system. As far as I'm concerned, you're entitled to any doctrine you like, even if it's demonstrably wrong. I saw your talk on television a few weeks ago. You and I are Christians, but you don't speak for me. Let me try to explain why I think some of the things you're saying are improbable. You're uncomfortable with scientific skepticism, but the reason it developed is that the world is complicated. It's subtle. Everybody's first idea isn't necessarily right. Also, people are capable of self-deception. Now, scientists make mistakes, theologians make mistakes, everybody makes mistakes. It's part of being human. So the way that you avoid making mistakes, or at least reduce the chance that you'll make one, is to be skeptical. You test the ideas. You check them out by rigorous standards of evidence. And I don't think there's such a thing as a received truth. But when you let the different opinions debate, when any skeptic can perform his or her own experiment to check some contention out, then the truth tends to emerge. That's the experience of the whole history of science. It isn't a perfect approach, but it's the only one that seems to work. Now, when I look at religion, I see lots of contending opinions. For example, the Christians think the universe is a finite number of years old. The Hindus, on the other hand, think that the universe is infinitely old, with an infinite number of subsidiary creations and destructions along the way. They can't both be right. You ought to debate Hindus. God seems to have told them something different from what he told you, but you tend to talk only to yourselves. The major religions on the earth contradict each other left and right. You can't all be correct. And what if all of you are wrong? It's a possibility, you know. You must care about the truth, right? Well, the way to winnow through all the differing contentions is to be skeptical. I'm not any more skeptical about your religious beliefs than I am about every new scientific idea I hear about. But in my line of work, they're called hypotheses, not inspiration and not revelation. The civilization on Vega, with powers infinitely less than those you attribute to your God, was able to make things very clear. If your God wanted to talk to us through the unlikely means of word-of-mouth transmission and ancient writings over thousands of years, he could have done it so there was no room left for debate about his existence. It's easy. Just a few enigmatic phrases and some fierce commandment that they be passed on unchanged. Joss leaned forward. Such as? Such as, the sun is a star, or Mars is a rusty place with deserts and volcanoes like Sinai, or, let's see now, thou shalt not travel faster than light. Anything that couldn't possibly have been known 3,000 years ago. Any others? Well, let's see. The way of the Earth is as 2, but the way of the lodestone is as 3. I'm trying to suggest that the gravitational force follows an inverse square law, while the magnetic dipole force follows an inverse cube law. Or in biology. She nodded toward Derhir, who seemed to have taken a vow of silence. How about 2 strands entwined is the secret of life? Joss nodded. Now, that's an interesting one. You're talking, of course, about DNA. But, the physician staff, the symbol of medicine? It's called the caduceus. It shows 2 serpents intertwined. It's a perfect double helix. And from ancient times, that's been the symbol of preserving life. Isn't this exactly the kind of connection you're suggesting? Well, I thought it's a spiral, not a helix, but if there are enough symbols and enough prophecies, eventually a few of them are going to fit some current scientific understanding purely by accident. Maybe you're right. Maybe the caduceus is a message from God. Of course, it's not a Christian symbol or a symbol of any of the major religions today, and I don't suppose you'd want to argue that the gods talked only to the ancient Greeks, but what I'm saying is, if God wanted to send us a message, he could have done a better job. Where are the burning bushes, the pillars of fire, the great voice booming down at us out of the sky? But a voice from the sky is just what you say you found. You think maybe the message is the voice of God, your God? Where in your religion does God answer a prayer by repeating the prayer back? I wouldn't call a Nazi newsreel a prayer myself. And you say it's to attract our attention? Well, then why do you think God has chosen to send this message to scientists? Why not to preachers? The words sounded rancorous, and Derhir was clearly alarmed. Maybe I could remind us all about what we hope to accomplish at this meeting? Here's Ken in his mollifying mode, Ellie thought. On some issues he's courageous, but chiefly when he has no responsibility for action. He's a brave talker, in private. But on scientific politics, and especially when representing the president, he becomes very accommodating. She interrupted her thoughts. That's another thing. If that signal is from God, why does it come from just one place in the sky, in the vicinity of a particularly bright nearby star? Why doesn't it come from all over the sky at once, like the cosmic black-body background radiation? Coming from one star, it looks like a signal from another civilization. Coming from everywhere, it would look much more like a signal from your God. Ken looked directly at Ellie. Please, if we don't keep more to the agenda, I don't see how we can accomplish what the president asked us to do. Well, you wanted a frank exchange of views. Joss looked at his watch. It's nearly noon. Why don't we take a little break for lunch? When Ellie and Derhir came back from lunch, Ellie noticed that Joss seemed cheerful, certainly beyond the requirements of mere cordiality. He smiled at her. I was struck by 1 or 2 things you said this morning. You called yourself a Christian. May I ask in what sense you are a Christian? I'm a Christian in the sense that I find Jesus Christ to be an admirable historical figure. I think the Sermon on the Mount is one of the greatest ethical statements and one of the best speeches in history. I think that love your enemy might even be the long-shot solution to the problem of nuclear war. I wish he were alive today. I think Jesus was a great man, a brave man, a man with insight into unpopular truth, but I don't think he was God. You don't want to believe in God. Now, if you have serious doubts about whether there is a God, you must be able to imagine a world without God. But if you can imagine that world, why occupy some middle ground? Isn't it much simpler to say there's no God? You're not being true to Occam's razor. How can a thoroughgoing, conscientious scientist be an agnostic if you can even imagine a world without God? Wouldn't you just have to be an atheist? I thought you were going to argue that God is the simpler hypothesis, but this is a much better point. If it were only a matter of scientific discussion, I'd agree with you, Reverend Joss. Science is essentially concerned with examining and correcting hypotheses. If the laws of nature explain all the available facts without supernatural intervention, or even do only as well as the God hypothesis, then for the time being I'd call myself an atheist. Then, if a single piece of evidence was discovered that doesn't fit, I'd back off from atheism. And the reason I don't call myself an atheist is because this isn't mainly a scientific issue. It's a religious issue and a political issue. And the tentative nature of scientific hypothesis doesn't extend into these fields. But you don't talk about God as a hypothesis. You think you've cornered the truth, so I point out that you may have missed a thing or two. But if you ask, I am happy to tell you I can't be sure I'm right. Joss said, I've always thought an agnostic is an atheist without the courage of his convictions. Ellie smiled. You could just as well say that an agnostic is a deeply religious person with at least a rudimentary knowledge of human fallibility. Now, when I say I'm an agnostic, I only mean that the evidence isn't in. She paused. Why don't we just withhold judgment for a while until we make some more progress in decrypting the message? Look, we all have a thirst for wonder. It's a deeply human quality. Science and religion are both bound up with it. What I'm saying is you don't have to make stories up. You don't have to exaggerate. There is wonder and awe enough in the real world. Nature is a lot better at inventing wonders than we are. Ellie and Vega had spent the morning in a last-minute comparison of notes and interpretations of the new data. The continuing message transmission had reached an important new stage. Diagrams were being transmitted. Each picture was an array raster. The number of tiny black and white dots that made up the picture was the product of two prime numbers. There was a large set of such diagrams, one following the other, not interleaved with the text. Following transmission of the long sequence of diagrams, the unintelligible text continued. From at least some of the diagrams, it seemed obvious that Vega and Arkangelsky had been right. The message was, in part at least, the instructions, the blueprints, for building a machine. At the plenary session of the World Message Consortium to be held tomorrow at the Elysee Palace, she and Vega would present for the first time some of the details. At lunch, Ellie noticed that Vega seemed morose. What's worrying you, Vega? He took a long time before answering. Perhaps not worries, maybe only concerns. What if the message really is the design drawings of a machine? Do we build the machine? Who builds it? Everybody together? The Consortium, the United Nations, a few nations in competition? If it's enormously expensive, who pays? Why should they want to? What if it doesn't work? Could building the machine injure some nations economically? Could it injure them in some other way? Without interrupting this torrent of questions, he emptied the last of the wine into their glasses. Even if the message cycles back, and even if we completely decrypt it, how good could the translation be? Maybe it's not possible to translate the message perfectly. Then we wouldn't build the machine perfectly. Also, are we really confident we have all the data? Maybe there's essential information at some other frequency that we haven't discovered yet. You know, Ellie, I thought people would be very cautious about building this machine, but there may be some coming tomorrow who will urge immediate construction as soon as we receive the primer and decrypt the message, assuming that we do. What is the American delegation going to propose? I don't know. But she remembered that soon after the diagrammatic material was received, Derheer had begun asking whether it was likely that the machine was within reach of the Earth's economy and technology. She recalled again how preoccupied, even jittery, Ken had seemed in the past few weeks. Vega, do you think Ken and my kids are jumping the gun? I'm concerned that in the next few days we will see premature discussion about building something that we have no right to build. The politicians think we know everything. In fact, we know almost nothing. Such a situation could be very dangerous. It finally dawned on her that Vega was taking a personal responsibility for figuring out the nature of the message. If it led to some catastrophe, he was worried it might be his fault. You want me to talk to Ken? If you think it's appropriate. You have frequent opportunities to talk to him? Vega, you're not jealous, are you? I think you picked up on my feelings for Ken before I did. Ken and I have been more or less together for the last few months. You have some reservations? Oh, no, Ellie, I am not your father or a jealous lover. I wish only great happiness for you. It's just that I see so many unpleasant possibilities. But he did not further elaborate. By now, the news of the message from Vega had reached everywhere on the planet Earth. Amidst the continuing frenzy of sectarian commentary, there was also, all over the world, a sense of wonder, even awe. Something transforming, something almost miraculous was happening. There was a great and soaring perception of a new adventure for the human species, of an unprecedented opportunity, or perhaps a grave common danger. The delegates arriving at the first plenary session of the World Message Consortium were predisposed toward cordiality to an extent unparalleled in recent decades. Every nation with even a handful of message bits was represented, sending both scientific and political delegates. A surprising number sent military representatives as well. In a few cases, national delegations were led by foreign ministers or even heads of state. President Lasker had insisted that Derheer head the American delegation, although it included Undersecretary of State Elmo Honeycutt and Michael Kitts, among others, for the Department of Defense. A vast and elaborate map and equal area projection showed the disposition of radio telescopes over the planet, including the Russian ocean-going tracking vessels. Ellie glanced around the newly completed conference hall, adjacent to the offices and residence of the President of France. She recognized few of the political and military people, but in every delegation there seemed to be at least one familiar scientist or engineer. She also noticed the technological rather than radioastronomical background of many of the delegates, especially the Japanese. The idea that the construction of some vast machine might be on the agenda had motivated last-minute changes in some delegations. After the welcome by the President of France and a discussion of procedure and agenda by the conference co-chairman, Ellie and Vega together summarized the data. They made what were by now standard presentations, not too technical because of the political and military people, of how radio telescopes work, the distribution of nearby stars in space, and the history of the palimpsest message. They concluded with a survey displayed on the monitors before every delegation of the diagrammatic material recently received. Ellie was careful to show how the polarization modulation was converted into a sequence of zeros and ones, and how the zeros and ones fit together to make a picture, and how in most cases they had not the vaguest notion of what the picture conveyed. Vega stressed the uncertainties even more strongly than she did. Nevertheless, it was, in his opinion now, beyond doubt that the message was a handbook for the construction of a machine. The diagrams showed intricate branching networks, lumpy, almost indecently biological forms, and a perfectly formed regular dodecahedron. Each enigmatic object had an unintelligible caption. Ellie was unprepared for the response from this, one would expect, staid audience. As they finished, there was a sustained thunder of applause. After lunch, there was a succession of other presentations on the data collection and interpretation. David Drumlin gave an extraordinarily capable discussion of a statistical analysis he had recently performed of all previous pages of the message that referred to the new numbered diagrams. He argued that the message contained not just a blueprint for building a machine, but also descriptions of the designs and the means of fabrication of components and subcomponents. In a few cases, he thought, there were descriptions of whole new industries not yet known on Earth. After the session, she complimented Drumlin on the interpretation, but asked why she had not heard of it until now. He walked away, speaking over his shoulder. "Oh, I didn't think it was important enough to bother you with. It was just a little something I did while you were out consulting religious fanatics." If Drumlin had been her thesis advisor, she would still be pursuing her Ph.D., she thought. He had never fully accepted her. Sighing, she wondered whether Ken had known about Drumlin's new work. But as conference co-chairman, Derheer was, as he had been for weeks, nearly inaccessible to her. On the morning of the second day, a Russian delegate was given the floor. Ellie's computer screen identified him as Stefan Alexeyevich Baruda, Director, Institute for Peace Studies, Russian Academy of Sciences. She heard Michael Kitts say to Elmo Honeycutt of the State Department, Now we start to play hardball. Baruta was a dapper man, wearing an elegantly tailored Western business suit. His English was fluent and almost unaccented. Let us be frank. A message is being sent to us from the far reaches of space. Most of the information has been gathered by Russia and the United States. Essential pieces have also been obtained by other countries. All of those countries are represented at this conference. Any one nation could have waited until the message repeated itself several times, as we all hope it will, and filled in the many missing pieces. But it would take years, perhaps decades, and we are a little impatient, so we have all shared the data. Any one nation could place into orbit around the Earth large radio telescopes with sensitive receivers. Then that nation, by itself, could acquire all the data. But that might be thought a hostile act, so perhaps for this reason, too, we have all shared the data. It is better to cooperate. Our scientists wish to exchange not only the data they have gathered, but also their speculations, their guesses, their dreams. All you scientists are alike in that respect. I am not a scientist. My specialty is government. So I know that nations are also alike. Every nation is cautious. Every nation is suspicious. None of us would give an advantage to a potential adversary if we could prevent it. And so there have been two opinions. Perhaps more, but at least two. One that counsels exchange of all the data, and another that counsels each nation to seek advantage over the others. The scientists have won this debate. Most of the data have been exchanged worldwide, and we are happy we have made this decision. Ellie whispered to Kits, "This doesn't sound like hardball to me." A grim smile. "Stay tuned." Baruta continued. "But there are other kinds of dangers. We would like now to raise one of them for the Consortium to consider. We've heard that we are receiving the instructions for building a complex machine. Now, the beings on Vega, they are not sending us these instructions for their amusement. They want us to build a machine. Now, perhaps they will tell us what the machine is supposed to do. Perhaps not. But even if they do, why should we believe them? So I raise my own fantasy, my own dream, and it is not a happy one. What if this machine is a Trojan horse? We build the machine at great expense, turn it on, and suddenly an invading army pours out of it. Or we build it, turn it on, and the Earth blows up. Perhaps this is their way to suppress civilizations just emerging into the cosmos. It would not cost much, they pay only for a telegram, and the upstart civilization obediently destroys itself. What I am about to ask is only a suggestion, a talking point. I raise it for your consideration. I mean it to be constructive. On this issue, we all share the same planet. We all have the same interests. No doubt I will put it too bluntly. Would it be better to burn the data and destroy the radio telescopes? A commotion ensued. Many delegations asked simultaneously to be recognized, but the order of speakers had already been established. Devi Sukhavati would speak next, then Ellie, then one of the Chinese delegates. Ellie knew Devi Sukhavati slightly. She was a stately woman in her mid-40s, wearing an exquisite silk sari. Originally trained as a physician, she had become one of the leading India experts in molecular biology, and now shared her time between King's College, Cambridge, and the Tata Institute in Bombay. She was one of a handful of Indian fellows of the Royal Society of London. Sukhavati rose and began speaking. It would be foolish to dismiss the Trojan horse possibility carelessly. Given most of recent history, this is a natural idea, and I'm surprised it took so long to be raised. However, I would like to caution against such fears. It is unlikely in the extreme that the beings on the planet of the star Vega are exactly at our level of technological advance. The extraterrestrials are likely to be far ahead of us, perhaps thousands of years ahead or even millions. We can pose no threat to them whatever. They have nothing to fear from us, and that will be true for a very, very long time. If they wish to destroy us, they can certainly do so. Perhaps there is a danger in building the machine. I think there is a danger in not building the machine. I would be ashamed of our planet if we turned our back on the future. Sukhavati sat down to applause, and Ellie rose to speak. Mr. Chairman, I believe we can shed some light on these two questions, the Trojan horse and the Doomsday Machine. I had intended to discuss this tomorrow morning, but it certainly seems relevant now. On her console, she punched in the code numbers for a few of her slides. We think, though we can't be sure, that this is what the interior of the machine will look like. There is as yet no clear indication of scale, but notice these 5 objects evenly spaced around the periphery of the main interior chamber inside the dodecahedron. Here's a close-up of one of them. This appears to be an ordinary, overstuffed armchair, perfectly configured for a human being. It's very unlikely that extraterrestrial beings evolved on another quite different world would share our preferences in living room furniture. So it's our contention, Dr. Lunacharsky and I, that the 5 chairs are meant for us, for people. That would mean that the interior chamber of the machine is only a few meters across and the exterior perhaps 10 or 20 meters across. The technology is undoubtedly formidable, but we don't think that we're talking about building something the size of a city or as complex as an aircraft carrier. We might very well be able to build this, whatever it is, if we all work together. What I'm trying to say is that you don't put chairs inside a bomb. Now, I don't think this is a doomsday machine or a Trojan horse. A United Kingdom delegate stood up and shouted at her. The speaker simply doesn't understand what our concern is. If it was literally a wooden horse, we would not be tempted to bring the alien device within the city gates. We have read our Homer, but flounced up with some upholstery and our suspicions are allayed. Why? Because we are being flattered or bribed. There's an historic adventure implied. There's the promise of new technologies. There's a hint of acceptance by, how to put it, greater beings. But I say, no matter what lofty fantasies the radio astronomers may entertain, if there is even a tiny chance the machine is a means of destruction, it should not be built. The meeting became unruly. Scores of delegates were electronically queuing for authorization to speak. The hubbub rose to a subdued roar. The Chinese delegate, archaeologist Shi Chu Mu, rose to speak. He was a tall, broad-shouldered man around 60. The wrinkles on his face made him seem older, but his posture and physique gave him an almost youthful appearance. If we are frightened, we will do nothing. That will delay them a little. But remember, they know we are here. Our television arrives at their planet. Have you looked at our television programs? They will not forget us. If we do nothing, and if they are worried about us, they will come to us, machine or no machine. We cannot hide from them. If you are seriously frightened about this machine destroying the Earth, do not build it on the Earth. Build it somewhere else. Then if it is a doomsday machine and blows up a world, it will not be our world. But this will be very expensive, probably too expensive. Or if we are not so frightened, build it in some isolated desert. If we are not frightened at all, we can build it in Washington, or Moscow, or Beijing, or in this beautiful city. In ancient China, Vega and 2 nearby stars were called Xinyu. It means the young woman with the spinning wheel. It is an auspicious symbol, a machine to make new clothes for the people of Earth. We have received an invitation. Maybe it is to go to a banquet. It would be impolite to refuse. They're here. Kitts and Honeycutt had called a meeting at the American Embassy early the following morning to prepare for the arrival of the Secretary of State later that day. The meeting was to be classified and held in the embassy's black room, a chamber electromagnetically decoupled from the outside world, making even sophisticated electronic surveillance impossible. Or so it was claimed. Ellie thought there might be instrumentation developed that could make an end run around these precautions. She had tried unsuccessfully to reach Derheer. She was getting irritated. First the man turns up everywhere in the Argus facility, he moves in with you, you're sure for the first time in years you're in love, and the next minute you can't even get him to answer the phone. She decided to attend the meeting, if only to see Ken face to face. Kitts was enthusiastically for building the machine. Drumlin cautiously in favor. Derheer and Honeycutt at least outwardly uncommitted. And Peter Valerian in an agony of indecision. Kitts and Drumlin were even talking about where to build the thing. Freightage costs alone made manufacture or even assembly on the far side of the moon prohibitively expensive, as Dr. Shi had guessed. Derheer seemed impatient, distracted. He was clearly under great pressure, alternately avoiding her eyes and, she thought, making some unspoken appeal. She took it as a hopeful sign. Drumlin was saying, if you want to worry about doomsday machines, you have to worry about energy supplies. If it doesn't have access to an enormous amount of energy, it can't be a doomsday machine. So as long as the instructions don't ask for a gigawatt nuclear reactor, I don't think we have to worry. Ellie spoke to Kitz and Drumlin. Why are you guys in such a hurry to commit to construction? Kitz looked from Honeycutt to Dahir before answering. This is a classified meeting. Now, we all know you won't pass anything said here on to your Russian friends. It's like this. We don't know what the machine will do, but it's clear from Dave Drumlin's analysis that there's new technology in it, probably new industries. Now, constructing the machine is bound to have economic value. I mean, think of what we'd learn. And it might have military value. At least that's what the Russians are thinking. See, the Russians are in a box. Here's a whole new era of technology they're going to have to keep up with. They'll have to bust their economy trying. And if all this message stuff went away, then the Russians could maintain military parity. That's why they're so cautious. So of course that's why we're gung-ho for it. He smiled and moved on to the composition of the crew. They're asking us to put people in 5 upholstered chairs. Now, which people? Now, a major question is going to be who pays for what, who builds what, who's in charge of overall systems integration. I think we can do some real horse trading on this in exchange for significant American representation in the crew. Dahir noted a little obviously. But we still want to send the best possible people. Kitz nodded. Sure, but what do we mean by best? Scientists? People with military intelligence backgrounds, physical strength and endurance, patriotism? That's not a dirty word, you know. And then he looked at Ellie. There's a question of sex. Sexes, I mean. Do we send only men? Are all the crew members going to work together okay? If we go ahead with this project, there's going to be a lot of tough negotiation. Ellie said, this doesn't sound right to me. This isn't some ambassadorship to buy with a campaign contribution. This is serious business. Also, do you want some muscle-bound moron up there, some kid in his 20s who knows nothing about how the world works, just how to run a respectable 100-yard dash and how to obey orders? Or some political hack? I mean, that can't be what this trip was about. Kitz smiled. No, you're right. I think we'll find people who satisfy all our criteria. Dahir, looking almost haggard, adjourned the meeting. He managed to give Ellie a small private smile, but that was all. Ellie and Vega had lunch again at a window table at the Chez Dieu. Merely meeting with her alone entailed certain risks for Vega, and for her as well, as Kitz had gone out of his way to remind her. Vega had in fact been shocked by Bruder's question about burning the data and destroying the radio telescopes. He had had no advanced knowledge of Bruder's position. His own opinion was that the Russians had played a vital role in gathering the message, and they would expect a major role in whatever came next. Ellie assured him that as far as she was concerned, they should have such a role. But she was not sure that she would be playing any part in decisions on machine construction or crew selection. She was returning to the United States the next day, mainly to get on top of the new radio data from the past few weeks. The Consortium plenary session seemed interminable, and no closing date had been set. Vega had been asked to stay on a little longer. Ellie, I'm worried all this will end badly. There are so many things that can go wrong. Technological failures, political failures, human failures. And even if we get through all that, if we don't have a war because of the machine, if we build it correctly and without blowing ourselves up, I'm still worried. About what? The best that can happen is we will be made fools of. Wait, who will? Arroway, don't you understand? I'm amazed you don't see it. The Earth is a ghetto. All human beings are trapped here. And now along comes an invitation. We are to send 5 villagers to, who knows, Warsaw, or Moscow, or maybe even Paris. And what do you think will happen when they get there? They will laugh at us behind their hands. They will exhibit us to the curious. The more backward we are, the better they'll feel. The more reassured they'll be. It's a quota system. Every few centuries, 5 of us get to spend a weekend on Vega. Have pity on the provincials, and make sure they know who their betters are. Ellie pored over the studies that had accumulated during her absence. There had been almost no progress in decrypting the message, although the statistical analyses now stacked into a pile of paper a meter tall. It was all very discouraging. She wished there was someone, especially a close woman friend at Argus, to whom she could pour out her hurt and anger at Ken's behavior. But there was not. She realized that being the president's science advisor, trying to manage the most amazing discovery in the history of the world, put incredible pressure on him. But still. After returning from Paris, Derhir had mustered a regular campaign of apology and devotion. He had been overstressed, he told her, overwhelmed with a range of responsibilities, including difficult and unfamiliar political issues. His position as leader of the American delegation and co-chairman of the plenary might have been rendered less effective if there had been public knowledge of his and Ellie's relationship. Kids had been insufferable. Ken had too many consecutive nights with only a few hours' sleep. Altogether, Ellie judged, there were too many explanations, but she permitted the relationship to continue. Vega had been low in the sky an hour or so before dawn when the computer triggered an understated alarm. With some annoyance, Willie put down his book, took a look at the computer screen, and picked up the direct line to Ellie's apartment. The message had cycled back. Racing across the screens was a paired sequence of zeros and ones, a real-time comparison of the data just being received and the data from an early page of text received a year before. The program would have culled out any differences, but so far there were none. It reassured them that they had not mistranscribed, that there were no apparent transmission errors. The message repeated exactly. The gaps were all filled in, and nobody could read a word of it. It seemed unlikely that the transmitting civilization, meticulous in all else, had simply overlooked the need for a primer. At least the Olympics broadcast and the interior design of the machines seemed to be tailored specifically for humans. So humans must have overlooked something. It soon became generally agreed that somewhere was a fourth layer to the palimpsest. But where? The president sneezed and tried to find a clean paper tissue in the bulging pocket of the terry-cloth presidential bathrobe, while Ken Derhir stood waiting. "My doctor tells me I have to stay in bed or I'll get pneumonia. If you're not afraid of my germs, pull up a chair." "Viruses. Thank you, Miss President. This is about the primer. Briefly, we're reading and actually understanding the thing with almost no difficulty. It's a fiendishly clever learning program." The president shook her head. "I don't understand how it's possible. I can see how they could teach you the names of their numbers or of some objects, but I don't see how you could do verbs of the past tense or conditionals." "They do some of it with movies. Movies are perfect for verbs, and a lot of it they do with numbers. Numbers first, then simple equations to teach plus and equals, then symbols to indicate true and false. Then they teach division, divide 1 by 0, and tell us the word for infinity. Or maybe it's just the word for indeterminate. When the message recycled and we discovered the primer wasn't there, we started thinking of other possibilities. It turned out to be phase modulation or phase coding. The primer is scattered throughout the message. Lots of repetitions. We must have a vocabulary of 3,000 words by now. All this work has been done in close cooperation with the Russians and everybody else. I don't think there's any unilateral course of action for us." "I don't want a unilateral course of action for us. I just want to make sure that nobody else has a unilateral course of action. So back to your primer. You know how to say plus and equals and true and false, but how do you build a machine with that?" "Well, it just takes off from there. For example, they draw us a periodic table of the elements. So they get to name all the chemical elements, the idea of an atom, the idea of a nucleus, protons, neutrons, electrons. Then they run through some quantum mechanics just to make sure we're paying attention. There are already some new insights for us in the remedial stuff. Then it starts concentrating on the particular materials needed for the construction. For example, for some reason we need 2 tons of erbium, so they run through a nifty technique to extract it from ordinary rocks. Don't ask why we need it. Nobody has the faintest idea." "I wasn't going to ask that. I want to know how they told you how much a ton is." "They counted it out for us in Planck masses. A Planck mass is— Never mind. It's something that physicists all over the universe know about, right? And I've never heard of it. Now, the bottom line, will we be able to build the thing or not?" The answer seems to be yes. We've only had the primer for a few weeks now, but whole chapters of the message are falling into our lap in clear. It has a painstaking design, redundant explanations, and as far as we can tell, tremendous redundancy in the machine design. We should have a three-dimensional model of the machine for you in time for that crew selection meeting on Thursday if you feel up to it. So far we haven't a clue as to what the machine does or how it works. And there are some funny organic chemical components that don't make any sense as part of a machine. But almost everybody seems to think we can build the thing. Who doesn't? Well, the Russians, and some of the nuts, of course. There are still people who worry that the machine will blow up the world or tip the Earth's axis or something. But what's impressed most of the scientists is how careful the instructions are, and how many different ways they go about trying to explain the same thing. And what does Eleanor Arroway say? She says, if they want to do us in, they'll be here in 25 years or so, and there's nothing we could do in 25 years to protect ourselves. They're too far ahead of us. So she says, build it. And if you're worried about environmental hazards, build it in a remote place. Professor Drumlin says you can build it in downtown Pasadena for all he cares. All right, Ken. I'll read all the briefing material in time for that Thursday meeting. The treaty they're hammering out in Paris gives us about a 1/4 say on who builds the machine. The Russians also have a 1/4 say, the Chinese and the Japanese together have a 1/4, and the rest of the world has a 1/4, roughly speaking. A lot of nations want to build a machine, or at least parts of it. They're thinking about prestige and new industries, new knowledge. As long as no one gets a jump on us, that all sounds fine to me. Europe and Japan surrendered crew representation in exchange for extensive responsibility for the construction of machine components, which they believed would be of major economic benefit. In the end, after a long and difficult multilateral negotiation, seats were reserved for the United States, Russia, China, and India, with the 5th seat undecided. In the 4 selected nations, scientists, national leaders, and others were going through the exercise of choosing their candidates. Nominees in the United States included religious leaders, sports heroes, astronauts, Congressional Medal of Honor winners, scientists, movie actors, a former presidential spouse, television talk show hosts and news anchors, members of Congress, millionaires with political ambitions, foundation executives, singers of country and western and rock and roll music, university presidents, and the current Miss America. The president and her science advisor were in the Oval Office discussing the crew selection. All right, Ken, there's no official decision to be made today and no public announcement of our deliberations, but let's see if we can sum it up. We don't know what the goddamn machine will do, but it's a reasonable guess that it goes to Vega. And nobody has the slightest idea of how it would work or even how long it would take. If this machine is a kind of a spaceship, it will take 26 years to get there, but only as we measure time here on Earth. Is that right? Yes, exactly. Plus maybe a year to get up to light speed and a year to decelerate into the Vega system. But from the standpoint of the crew members, it would take a lot less time, maybe only a couple of years, depending on how close to light speed they travel. So as long as the machine goes very close to the speed of light, it might not matter much how old the crew members are. But if it takes 10 or 20 years or more, and you say that's possible, then we ought to have somebody young. Now, the Russians aren't buying this argument. We understand it's between Arkangelsky and Lunacharsky, both in their 60s. The Chinese are almost certainly sending Shi Chu-mu. He's also in his 60s. So if I thought they knew what they're doing, I'd be tempted to say, what the hell, let's send a 60-year-old man. David Drumlin, Durhir knew, was exactly 60 years old. The president continued. On the other hand, the Indian doctor, she's in her 40s. In a way, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. We're picking somebody to enter the Olympics, and we don't know what the events are. I don't know why we're talking about sending scientists. Mahatma Gandhi, that's who we should send, or Jesus Christ. Durhir smiled. When you don't know what the events are, you send a decathlon champion. And then you discover the event is chess, or oratory, or sculpture. Okay, you say that it ought to be someone who's thought about extraterrestrial life and who's been intimately involved with the receipt and decryption of the message. That narrows our list down to David Drumlin and Eleanor Arroway, since Peter Valerian doesn't want to go. Arroway's some 20 years younger, but Drumlin's in terrific physical shape. He hang glides, skydives, scuba dives, he's a brilliant scientist, he helped in a big way to crack the message, and he'll have a fine time arguing with all the other old men. He didn't work on nuclear weapons, did he? I don't want to send anybody who worked on nuclear weapons. Now, Arroway's also a brilliant scientist. She's led this whole Argus project, and she'd convey a younger American image. She paused. "But sometimes she's a loose cannon. Did you listen carefully to her questionnaire? Here, it's supposed to be all queued up on the VCR. I think I know the passage you're talking about, Ms. President, but the selection committee had been asking her questions for almost 8 hours, and sometimes she gets annoyed at what she considers stupidity. Drumlin's the same way." Derheer pushed the play button. On the television screen, Ellie looked terribly tired, and Derheer felt a pang of guilt. "What do I think of the world population crisis? You mean, am I for it or against it? You think this is a key question I'm going to be asked on Vega, and you want to make sure I give the right answer?" "Okay, overpopulation is why I'm in favor of homosexuality and a celibate clergy. A celibate clergy is an especially good idea because it tends to suppress any hereditary propensity toward fanaticism." The President pushed the pause button. "We want the developing world on our side in this project, Ken. We had a good reason to ask a question like that. Don't you find her answer shows some lack of tact? She's a bit of a wise-ass, your Dr. Arroway." "Ms. President, she's intelligent, she's tough, and she's very professional. The range of her knowledge is broad. She's just the person we need in this situation." "Ken, more than half the people I talk to believe we've got no business building this thing. If there's no turning back, they want to send somebody absolutely safe. Arroway may be all the things you say, but safe she is not. Drumlin's going to be much more acceptable than Arroway. I recognize Drumlin's something of a cold fish, but he's reliable, patriotic, sound. He has impeccable scientific credentials, and he wants to go. No, it has to be Drumlin. The best I can offer is to have her as backup." "Oh, cheer up, Ken. Don't you want her to stay here on Earth?" It took years. It was a technological dream and a diplomatic nightmare, but finally they got around to building the machine. Various neologisms were proposed, and project names evocative of ancient myths. But from the beginning, everyone had called it simply the machine, and that became its official designation. When the first reliable estimate of the total cost was generated, even the titans of the aerospace industry gasped. Eventually it came to $500 billion a year for some years, roughly a third of the total military budget of the planet. There were fears that building the machine would ruin the world economy, but others saw the machine as a potential bonanza. Some of those who worried about the safety of the planet swallowed their scruples when contemplating the implications for jobs, profits, and career advancement. President Lasker pronounced herself confident that American technology would rise to the challenge and implied, although she did not actually say, that American ingenuity would eventually equal anything they had on Vega. She was reelected by a respectable but by no means overwhelming margin. Both in the primer on language and basic technology, and in the message on the construction of the machine, nothing was left unclear. Sometimes intermediate steps that seemed entirely obvious were spelled out in tedious detail. At every stage of construction, there were checkpoints. If any of the tests failed, you went back and redid the whole business. After a while, you got used to the tests and you expected to be able to pass them. Many of the underlying components, constructed by special factories designed from scratch by following the instructions, defied human understanding. It was hard to see why they should work, but they did. Even in such cases, practical applications of the new technologies could be contemplated. Promising insights seemed to be available in fields like metallurgy or organic semiconductors. In some cases, several alternative technologies were supplied to produce an equivalent component. The extraterrestrials could not be sure, apparently, which approach would be easiest for the technology of the Earth. For the construction of one component, a particularly intricate set of organic chemical reactions was specified, and the resulting product was introduced into a swimming pool-sized mixture of formaldehyde and aqueous ammonia. The mass grew, differentiated, specialized, and then just sat there. It had an intricately branched network of fine hollow tubes through which perhaps some fluid was to circulate. It was colloidal, pulpy, dark red. It did not make copies of itself, but it was sufficiently biological to scare a great many people. They repeated the procedure and produced something apparently identical. These huge, delicate blobs were to go inside the main structure, a dodecahedron just above and below the crew area. Identical machines were under construction in the United States and Russia, and a component testing facility was established in Japan. In each country, a remote site was chosen, not so much to protect population centers as to control access by protesters and the media. Where components could be manufactured with something like existing industry, manufacturing was widely dispersed. An optical subcontractor in Germany, for example, would make and test components to go to the American and Russian machines, and to Japan, where every component was systematically examined to understand how it worked, so far as was possible. All the early subsystems were based on elementary technologies described in the first part of the message. The prescribed tests had been passed readily enough. As the later, more complex subsystems were tested, occasional failures were noted. Since no one knew how the components worked, it was usually impossible to trace backwards from failure mode to identification of the flawed step in the manufacturing process. In some cases, the components were made in parallel by two different manufacturers. If there were two components, both of which had passed tests, there was a tendency for each nation to select the domestic product. Thus, the machines that were being assembled in the two countries were not absolutely identical. Finally, in Wyoming, the day came to begin systems integration, the assembling of the separate components into a construction process. Completion within a year or two seemed likely. The facility in Wyoming was not much different from Argus, Ellie found. Both were surrounded by tens of thousands of square kilometers of lovely, almost uninhabited landscape. She wasn't running the show, and she wasn't one of the crew, but she was here, working on one of the grandest enterprises ever contemplated. Surely, no matter what happened after the machine was activated, the Argus discovery would be judged a turning point in human history. She felt a glow of almost maternal pride. Yes, she had cried when she heard that she had not been selected. There was, of course, a part of her that longed to be aboard. But Drumlin was a first-rate choice. He seemed to have mellowed in the past few years. Being chosen by the President of the United States to represent the nation to the extraterrestrials was a great honor. The trip, he said, would be the crowning point of his life. No decision had been made by the Russians between Lunacharsky and Arkangelsky. Both would train for the mission, though it was hard to see what training might be appropriate beyond understanding the machine as best they or anyone else could. Both men were extremely capable. Ellie wondered how the Russians would decide which to send. Ellie Arroway, David Drumlin, and Peter Valerian went through the usual identification sequence involving credentials, thumbprint and voice print, and were then admitted to the vast assembly bay. The geometric design of the machine was simple. The details were extremely complex. The 5 chairs in which the crew would sit were amidships in the dodecahedron. There were no facilities for eating or sleeping or other bodily functions, clear evidence that the trip, if there was one, would be short. Some thought this meant that the machine, when activated, would quickly rendezvous with an interstellar space vehicle in the vicinity of the Earth, though meticulous radar and optical searches could find no trace of such a ship. It seemed scarcely likely that the extraterrestrials had overlooked elementary human physiological needs. Maybe the machine didn't go anywhere. Maybe it did something to the crew. There were no instruments in the crew area, nothing to steer with, not even an ignition key, just the 5 chairs. Above and below the crew area, in the tapering parts of the dodecahedron, were the organics, with their intricate and puzzling architecture. Placed throughout the organic matrix, apparently at random, were the huge dowels of erbium, and surrounding the dodecahedron were 3 concentric spherical shells, arranged with axes perpendicular to each other, and designed to spin at high velocities. They were apparently magnetically suspended. At least, the instructions included a powerful magnetic field generator, and the space between the spherical shells and the dodecahedron was to be a high vacuum. The message did not name any machine component. Erbium was identified as the atom with 68 protons and 99 neutrons. The various parts of the machine were described numerically. Component 31, for example. So the rotating concentric spherical shells were named benzels by a Czech technician who knew something of the history of technology. Gustav Benzel had in 1870 invented the merry-go-round. While the Russians had some problems, the U.S. subsystems had finally passed all tests, and the overall architecture of the machine was gradually emerging. 3-story overhead cranes were positioning erbium dowels. Pentagonal panes for the exterior of the dodecahedron were hanging from an elevated railroad track. It's all coming together, Ellie thought. The floor and the circumferential tracks at various altitudes in the assembly building were crowded with technicians, government officials, and representatives of the World Machine Consortium. The positioning of the dowels was almost completed, and the first major systems integration test was about to be attempted. Just as the test was to begin, they walked around a stanchion to get a better view. Suddenly Drumlin was in the air, flying. Everything else seemed to be flying too. As in a slow-motion film, Drumlin careened toward her, arms outstretched, and knocked her roughly to the ground. It was never determined who did it. The length of the list of organizations publicly claiming responsibility, from the Earth Firsters to the newly resuscitated Symbionese Liberation Front, was merely an index of how widespread opposition to the machine had become. As reconstructed by the Commission of Inquiry, one of the huge erbium dowels was sundered by an explosion. The two fragments careened downward from a height of 20 meters and were also propelled laterally with considerable velocity. A weight-bearing interior wall was struck and collapsed under the impact. 11 people were killed and 48 injured. A number of major machine components were destroyed, and many apparently unaffected components could also have been ruined. The president was incensed. No crackpot group, however well organized, will deflect humanity from this historic goal. In practice, though, it was now much more difficult to achieve a national consensus. The sabotage had given new life to every objection, reasonable and unreasonable, that had earlier been raised. Only the prospect of the Russians completing their machine kept the project going. As nearly as Ellie could tell, Drumlin had died saving her life. He had seen the explosion before the others heard it, had spied the several hundred-kilogram mass of erbium arching towards them. With his quick reflexes, he had leaped to push her back behind the stanchion. She was absolutely sure. Drumlin's concern was to save her life, and he had. Except for a few scratches, Ellie was physically unhurt. Valerian, who had been entirely protected by the stanchion, had had both legs broken by a collapsing wall. She had not even been knocked unconscious. Her first thought, as soon as she had understood what had happened, was not for her old teacher, David Drumlin, crushed horribly before her eyes. Not amazement at the prospect of Drumlin giving up his life for hers. Not the setback to the entire machine project. No, clear as a bell, her thought had been, I can go. They'll have to send me. There's nobody else. I get to go. She caught herself in an instant, but it was too late. She was aghast at the contemptible egotism she had revealed to herself, even momentarily in this moment of crisis. Recovering from the tragedy, Ellie tried to spend some time on Cocoa Beach. She had borrowed an apartment that overlooked the beach and the Atlantic Ocean. She would bring along pieces of bread to throw to the seagulls. There were moments when 20 or 30 seagulls would hover just a meter or two above her head. They grazed past each other in apparent random motion, but the overall effect was a stationary pattern. One day she noticed a small and, in its humble way, a perfect palm frond lying at the edge of the beach. She picked it up, carefully wiped off the sand, and brought it home in her suitcase. After the destruction of the American machine, the World Machine Consortium concluded that it might be years before the American effort was back on track. The Russian machine, which had been having technical difficulties, might take even longer to finish. But they discovered that the component testing facility at Hokkaido, Japan, in addition to testing each component, had been secretly assembling an identical copy of the machine. It was generally agreed that the director of the Hokkaido facility proposed that they finish assembling the machine, and when it was ready, the World Machine Consortium could decide whether they would like to give it a try. The security risk was considered small because it was the machine itself, much more than these 5 people, that was essential for the success of the project. In a rational world, they would be easy to replace, Ellie thought, although the political impediments in selecting 5 humans acceptable to all members of the consortium had been considerable. Vega Lunacharski had been chosen as the Russian crew member, to Ellie's delight. Devi Sukhavati, physician, molecular biologist, a woman of great dignity and accomplishment, had become a friend, as well as an admired colleague. Shi Chu Mu she knew less well, But she liked everything she knew about him and was fascinated by his archaeological discoveries of 3rd century BC China and of the great emperor Xin, after whom the nation was named. The 5th member of the crew, it had been decided, was Abonema Ada of Nigeria, a Nobel laureate in physics who had developed an elegant theory of superunification. A modest, laconic young man in his 30s, he was a fierce opponent of the Muslim concept of jihad, holy war, and argued instead for the most vigorous free exchange of ideas. He was devoted to improving conditions for young scientists in his country. Every member of the crew was in some sense a rebel. By early July, the machine was once again taking shape. Here in Hokkaido, the dowels had been mounted and the dodecahedron completed, although no public announcement had been made. Japanese commentators talked of Mashindo, the way of the machine, the increasingly common perspective of all humans sharing an equal stake in the Earth's future. But if the machine doesn't work and the message goes away, how long, Ellie wondered, would the insight last? Even if we have made some mistake in interpretation or construction, even if we never understand anything more about the Vegans, the message demonstrates beyond a shadow of a doubt that there are other beings in the universe and that they are more advanced than we. That should keep the planet unified for a while. The time of the activation of the machine was kept secret. After a few last-minute delays, it turned out to be the end of the last month of 1900 and anything. The extraterrestrials had specified in painstaking detail the mass of each machine component and the total permissible mass. Very little was left over for equipment of terrestrial design. A variety of miniature cameras, spectrometers, superconducting supercomputers, and microfilm libraries were being urged on the crew. They were taking only a minimum of provisions, some of them stuffed in the pockets of their coveralls. Devi was to carry a rudimentary medical kit. Ellie planned to bring only a toothbrush and a change of underwear. If they can get me to Vega in a chair, she thought, they'll probably be able to provide the amenities as well. If she needed a camera, she told project officials, she just asked the Vegans for one. But even a single two-dimensional photograph of an alien machine could be invaluable, the officials said. And imagine a picture of the aliens themselves. Would she please reconsider and bring a camera? Derhir, who was now on Hokkaido with a large American delegation, told her to be serious. The stakes were too high but she cut him short with a look so withering that he could not complete the sentence. She knew what he was going to say. For childish behavior. Amazingly, Derhir was acting as if he had been the injured party in their relationship. She described it all to Devi, who was not fully sympathetic. Derhir, she said, was very sweet. Eventually, Ellie agreed to take an ultra-miniaturized video camera. In the manifest that the project required, under personal effects, she listed frond, palm, 0.811 kilograms. Derhir was sent to reason with her. You know, there's a splendid infrared imaging system you can carry along for 2/3 of a kilogram. Why would you want to take the branch of a tree? A frond. A palm frond. It's all in Ivanhoe. Didn't you read it in high school? At the time of the Crusades, pilgrims who made the long journey to the Holy Land took back a palm frond to show they'd really been there. It's to keep my spirits up. Now, the earth is my Holy Land. I'll bring a frond to show them where I came from. Derhir only shook his head, but when she described her reasons to Vega, he said, This I understand very well. The palm frond served another purpose, she realized. She needed something to remind her of Earth. She was afraid she might be tempted not to come back. The day before the machine was to be activated, Ellie received a small package. There was no return address, and inside no note or signature. The package held a gold medallion on a chain. Inscriptions had been engraved on both sides, small but readable. One side read, Hera, superb queen, with the golden robes, commanded Argus, whose glances bristle out through the world. On the obverse was the response of the defenders of Sparta to the commander of the Roman army. If you are a god, you will not hurt those who have never injured you. If you are a man, advance, and you will find men equal to yourself, and women. She knew who had sent it. It could have only come from Palmer Joss. On activation day, they took an opinion poll of the senior staff on what would happen. Most thought that the machine would not work. A smaller number believed that the 5 would somehow find themselves very quickly in the Vega system, relativity to the contrary notwithstanding. Others suggested, variously, that the machine was a vehicle for exploring the solar system, the most expensive practical joke in history, a classroom, a time machine, or a galactic telephone booth. One scientist wrote, 5 very ugly replacements with green scales and sharp teeth will slowly materialize in the chairs. This was the closest to the Trojan horse scenario in any of the responses. Another, but only one, read, Doomsday Machine. There was a ceremony of sorts. Speeches were made, food and drink were served. People hugged one another, some cried quietly. Only a few were openly skeptical. You could sense that if anything at all happened on activation, the response would be thunderous. There was an intimation of joy in many faces. There had not been much in the way of national briefings. National leaders sent short statements on videotape. President Lasker's was especially fine, Ellie thought. This is not a briefing and not a farewell. It's just a so long. If you are to be transported to somewhere else, then see for all of us, not just the science, but everything you learn. You represent the entire human species, past, present, and future. Whatever happens, your place in history is secure. You are heroes of our planet. Speak for all of us. Be wise. And come back. A few hours later, for the first time, they entered the machine, one by one, through a small airlock. Recessed interior lights came on. Even after the machine had been completed and had passed every prescribed test, project officials were afraid to have the 5 take their places prematurely. They were afraid that merely sitting down might induce the machine to operate, even if the benzels were stationary. But here they were, and nothing extraordinary was happening so far. Ellie leaned back, a little gingerly to be sure, into the molded and cushioned plastic. Chintz slipcovers would have been perfect for these chairs, but plastic had seemed more modern, more scientific, more serious. Knowing of Vega's careless smoking habits, they had decreed that no cigarettes could be carried on board the machine. Lunacharsky had uttered fluent maledictions in 10 languages, and now he entered after the others, having finished his last lucky strike. He wheezed just a little as he sat down beside Ellie. The machine goes somewhere, Ellie thought. It was a means of conveyance, an aperture to elsewhere, or elsewhen. It could carry you out of the stifling provincial towns of your childhood to the great crystal cities. It was discovery and escape and an end to loneliness. It was not glory she was seeking, not mainly, not much, but instead a kind of liberation. Her heart sang in anticipation. She would discover, she was sure, what else is possible, what could be accomplished by other beings, great beings, beings who had, it seemed likely, been voyaging between the stars, when the ancestors of humans were still swinging from branch to branch in the dappled sunlight of the forest canopy. Drumlin, like many others she had known over the years, had called her an incurable romantic. She found herself wondering again why so many people thought it some embarrassing disability. Her romanticism had been a driving force in her life, and a fount of delights. Advocate and practitioner of romance, she was off to see the wizard. A status report came through by radio. There were no apparent malfunctions. Their main weight was for the evacuation of the space between and around the benzels. A system of extraordinary efficiency was pumping out the air to attain the highest vacuum ever reached on Earth. She double-checked the stowage of her video microcamera system and gave the palm frond a pat. 2 of the spherical shells had now spun up to what the message had defined as critical speed. They were already a blur to those watching outside. The 3rd benzel would be there in a minute. A strong electrical charge was building up. When all 3 spherical shells with their mutually perpendicular axes were up to speed, the machine would be activated, or so the message had said. She's face showed fierce determination, Ellie thought. Lunacharsky's a deliberate calm. Sukhavati's eyes were open wide. She caught Ellie's glance and smiled. Ada revealed only an attitude of quiet attentiveness. Devi caught her glance and smiled. She wished she had had a child. It was her last thought before the walls flickered and became transparent, and it seemed the earth opened up and swallowed her. They were falling. The pentagonal panels of the dodecahedron had become transparent. So had the roof and the floor. Above and below, Ellie could make out the organosilicate structure and the implanted erbium dowels, which seemed to be stirring. All 3 benzels had disappeared. The dodecahedron plunged, racing down a long, dark tunnel just broad enough to permit its passage. The acceleration seemed somewhere around 1G. It was hard not to entertain the thought that they had plunged into the mantle of the earth, bound for its core of molten iron. There was a texture to the tunnel walls from which she could sense their speed. The patterns were irregular, soft-edged mottlings, nothing with a well-defined form. Even a few hundred kilometers beneath the Earth's surface, the rocks would be glowing with red heat. There was no hint of that. Every now and then, a forward vertex of the dodecahedron would brush the wall, and flakes of an unknown material would be scraped off. The dodec itself seemed unaffected. Soon, quite a cloud of fine particles was following them. Every time the dodecahedron touched the wall, she could sense an undulation, as if something soft had retreated to lessen the impact. The faint yellow lighting was diffuse, uniform. Occasionally, the tunnel would swerve gently, and the dodec would obligingly follow the curvature. She could feel a continuous physical anxiety in the pit of her stomach. Black hole, she thought. I'm falling through the event horizon of a black hole toward the dread singularity. Or maybe this isn't a black hole and I'm headed toward a naked singularity. Near a singularity, causality could be violated. Effects could precede causes, time could flow backward, and you were unlikely to survive, much less remember the experience. For a rotating black hole, there was not a point, but a ring singularity, or something still more complex to be avoided. Black holes were nasty. The gravitational tidal forces were so great that you would be stretched into a long, thin thread if you were so careless as to fall in. You would also be crushed laterally. Happily, there was no sign of any of this. Through the gray, transparent surfaces that were now the ceiling and floor, she could see a great flurry of activity. The organosilicate matrix was collapsing on itself in some places and unfolding in others. The embedded erbium dowels were spinning and tumbling. Everything inside the dodec, including Ellie and her companions, looked quite ordinary. Well, maybe a bit excited, but they were not yet long, thin threads. These were idle ruminations, she knew. The physics of black holes was not her field. Anyway, she could not understand how this could have anything to do with black holes, which were either primordial, made during the origin of the universe, or produced in a later epoch by the collapse of a star more massive than the Sun. Then the gravity would be so strong that except for quantum effects, even light could not escape. Hence black, hence hole. But they hadn't collapsed a star, and she couldn't see any way in which they had captured a primordial black hole. Anyway, no one knew where the nearest primordial black hole might be hiding. They had only built the machine and spun up the benzels. She glanced over to Ada, who was figuring something on a small computer. By bone conduction, she could feel as well as hear a low-pitched roaring, and she raised her voice to be heard. "Do you understand what's going on?" "Not at all. I can almost prove this can't be happening. Do you know the Boyer-Lindquist coordinates?" "No, sorry." "I'll explain it to you later." She was glad he thought there would be a later. Ellie felt the deceleration before she could see it, as if they had been on the downslope of a roller coaster, had leveled out, and now were slowly climbing. Just before the deceleration, the tunnel had made a complex sequence of bobs and weaves. There was no perceptible change in either the color or the brightness of the surrounding light. She picked up the camera, switched to the long focal-length lens, and looked as far ahead as she could. Magnified, the texture of the walls seemed intricate, irregular, and just for a moment, faintly self-luminous. The dodecahedron had slowed to a comparative crawl. No end to the tunnel was in sight. She wondered if they would make it to wherever they were going. Perhaps the designers had miscalculated. Maybe the machine had been built imperfectly, just a little bit off. Perhaps what had seemed on Hokkaido an acceptable technological imperfection would doom their mission to failure here in wherever this was. Or glancing at the cloud of fine particles following and occasionally overtaking them, She thought maybe they had bumped into the walls one time too often and lost more momentum than had been allowed for in the design. The space between the dodeck and the walls seemed very narrow now. Perhaps they would find themselves stuck fast in this never-never land and languish until the oxygen ran out. Could the Vegans have gone to all this trouble and forgotten that we need to breathe? Hadn't they noticed all those shouting Nazis? Vega and Ada were deep in the arcana of gravitational physics. Twisters, renormalization of ghost propagators, time-like killing vectors, non-abelian gauge invariants, geodesic refocusing, 11-dimensional Kaluza-Klein treatments of supergravity, and of course Ada's own and quite different superunification. You could tell at a glance that an explanation was not readily within their grasp. At a shout from she, everyone noticed that the walls of the tunnel were undulating, closing in on the dodecahedron, squeezing it forward. A nice rhythm was being established. Every time the dodeck would slow almost to a halt, it was given another squeeze. Ellie felt a slight motion sickness. In some places it was tough going, the walls working hard, waves of contraction and expansion rippling down the tunnel. Elsewhere, especially on the straightaways, they would fairly skip along. A great distance away, Ellie made out a dim point of light growing in intensity. A blue-white radiance began flooding the inside of the dodecahedron, glinting off the black erbium cylinders, now almost stationary. The contrast between the subdued ambient light for most of the trip and the swelling brilliance ahead was striking. They were rushing toward it, shooting up the tunnel and then erupting into what seemed to be ordinary space. Before them was a huge blue-white sun, disconcertingly close. Ellie knew in an instant it was Vega. Ellie placed a piece of white paper in the focal plane of the long lens and projected a bright image of the star. She could see two great sunspot groups and a hint, she thought, a shadow of some of the material in the ring plane. Putting down the camera, she held her hand at arm's length, palm outward, to just cover the disk of Vega, and was rewarded by seeing a brilliant, extended corona around the star. It had been invisible before, washed out in Vega's glare. Palm still outstretched, she examined the ring of debris that surrounded the star. The nature of the Vega system had been the subject of worldwide debate ever since receipt of the prime number message. Acting on behalf of the astronomical community of Earth, she hoped she was not making any serious mistakes. She videotaped at a variety of f-stops and frame speeds. They had emerged almost in the ring plane, in a debris-free circumstellar gap. The ring was extremely thin compared with its vast lateral dimensions. She could make out faint color gradations within the rings, but none of the individual ring particles. Perhaps the Vegan rings were composed entirely of specks of dust, clods of rock, shards of ice. She looked back at where they had emerged and saw a circular blackness, blacker than velvet, blacker than the night sky. As she peered through the lens more closely, she thought she could see faint, erratic flashes of light from its very center. Hawking radiation? No. Its wavelength would be much too long. Or light from the planet Earth still rushing down the tube. On the other side of that blackness was Hokkaido. Planets. Where were the planets? She scanned the ring plane with a long lens, searching for embedded planets, or at least for the home of the beings who had broadcast the message, but she could find nothing. She asked, "You can't find any planets?" "Nothing. There's a few big comets in close. I can see the tails, but nothing that looks like a planet. There must be thousands of separate rings. As far as I can tell, they're all made of debris. The black hole seems to have cleared out a big gap in the rings. That's where we are right now, slowly orbiting Vega. The system is very young, only a few 100 million years old, and some astronomers thought it was too soon for there to be planets. But then, where did the transmission come from?" She, whose eyesight was acute, was staring up, through the organosilicate matrix, out the transparent pentagonal panels, into the sky far above the ring plane. He said nothing, and Ellie followed his gaze. There was something there, all right, gleaming in the sunlight and with a perceptible angular size. She looked through the long lens. It was some vast, irregular polyhedron, each of its faces covered with a kind of a circle. Disc? Dish? Bowl? She held out the video camera to she. "Yes, I see." Your counterparts, radio telescopes. Thousands of them pointing in many directions. It is not a world. It is only a device. They took turns using the long lens, Ellie concealing her impatience to look again. She understood the advantage of putting the telescopes in polar orbit around the star, safe except for twice each revolution from collisions with ring plane debris. Radio telescopes pointing all over the sky, thousands of them, suggested some comprehensive sky survey, and Argus in earnest. Innumerable candidate worlds were being watched for television transmission, military radar, and perhaps other varieties of early radio transmissions unknown on Earth. Did they find such signals often, she wondered, or was the Earth their first success in a million years of looking? There was no sign of a welcoming committee. Was a delegation from the provinces so unremarkable that no one had been assigned even to note their arrival? When the lens was returned to her, she took great care with focus, f-stop, and exposure time. She wanted a permanent record to show the National Science Foundation what really serious radio astronomy was like. She wished there was a way to determine the size of the polyhedral world. The telescopes covered it like barnacles on a whale. A radio telescope in 0G could be essentially any size. After the pictures were developed, she would be able to determine the angular size, maybe a few minutes of arc, but the linear size, the real dimensions, that was impossible to figure out unless you knew how far away the thing was. Nevertheless, she sensed it was vast. She was saying, "If there are no worlds here, then there are no Vegans. No one lives here. Vega is only a guardhouse, a place for the border patrol to warm their hands. Those radio telescopes are the watchtowers of the Great Wall. If you are limited by the speed of light, it is difficult to hold the Galactic Empire together. You order the garrison to put down a rebellion. 10,000 years later, you find out what happened. Too slow. So you give autonomy to the garrison commanders. Then no more empire. But those..." He gestured at the receding blot covering the sky behind them. "Those are the imperial roads. Persia had them, and Rome, and China. Then you are not restricted to the speed of light. With roads you can hold an empire together." As she took short video pans of the debris ring before her, Ellie wondered whether it would someday form its own planetary system, the particles colliding, sticking, growing ever larger, gravitational condensations taking place until at last only a few large worlds orbited the star. She attempted a panning shot beginning inside the dodecahedron, then out to the struts joining the transparent pentagonal panels, and beyond to the gap in the debris rings in which they, along with the black hole, were orbiting. She followed the gap flanked by two bluish rings farther and farther. There was something a little odd up ahead, a kind of bowing in the adjacent inner ring. She handed the long lens to She. "Look over there. Tell me what you see." After a moment he found it. She could tell because of his slight but quite unmistakable intake of breath. Another black hole, much bigger. They were falling again. This time the tunnel was bigger, Ellie said. "That's it. They take us to Vega to show off their black holes. They give us a look at their radio telescopes from 1,000 kilometers away. We spend 10 minutes there, and they pop us into another black hole and ship us back to Earth. That's why we spent $2 trillion? Vega said. Maybe we're beside the point. Maybe the only real point was to plug themselves into the Earth. Ada was making a calming gesture. "Wait and see. This is a different tunnel. Why should you think it goes back to Earth?" "Vega's not where we're intended to go," Devi asked. "The experimental method. Let's see where we pop out next." In this tunnel, there were fewer undulations, but the deceleration stage, the part of the passage that felt uphill, was still disconcerting. This time, the light at the end of the tunnel was orange. They emerged at a considerable speed into the system of a contact binary, two suns touching. The outer layers of a swollen, elderly red giant star were pouring onto the photosphere of a vigorous, middle-aged yellow dwarf, something like the sun. The zone of contact between the two stars was brilliant. Ellie looked for debris rings or planets or orbiting radio observatories, but could find none. Because there were no rings, there was less scattered light in this system. With the wide-angle lens, she was able, after a bit of searching, to recognize a constellation that sufficiently resembled the Big Dipper. But she had difficulty recognizing the other constellations. Since the bright stars in the Big Dipper are a few hundred light-years from Earth, she concluded that they had not jumped farther than that. She told this to Ada and asked him what he thought. "What do I think? I think this is an underground, a metro, a subway. There are the stations, the stops, Vega and this system and others. Passengers get on and off at the stops. You can change trains here, but we cannot get off. We are in a closed railway car. We're headed for the terminal, the end of the line." Of the 5, Ellie was the only observational astronomer, even though her specialty was not in the optical spectrum. She tried to accumulate as much data as possible in the systems into which they periodically emerged. The presumptive black hole from which they exited would always be in orbit around some star or multiple star system. The black holes were always in pairs, sharing a similar orbit, one from which they were ejected and another into which they fell. Not 2 systems were closely similar. None was very like the solar system. All provided instructive astronomical insights. Not one of them exhibited anything like an artifact. This time they emerged near a star visibly changing its brightness. Next was a quintuple system. Then a feebly luminous brown dwarf. Some were in open space, some were embedded in nebulosity, surrounded by glowing molecular clouds. Despite a conscious effort to retain a professional calm, her heart soared at this profusion of suns. But after the 4th jump, she began to worry. Subjectively, and by her wristwatch, it felt something like an hour since they had left Hokkaido. If this took much longer, the absence of amenities would be felt. Probably there were aspects of human physiology that could not be deduced even after attentive television viewing by a very advanced civilization. And if the extraterrestrials were so smart, why were they putting us through so many little jumps? All right, maybe the hop from Earth used rudimentary equipment because only primitives were working one side of the tunnel. But after Vega, why couldn't they jump us directly to wherever the Dodec was going? As they plunged down still another tunnel, this one broader and more tortuous than the others, Vega asked Ada to guess why the subway stops were put in such unpromising star systems. Why not around a single star, a young star in good health and with no debris? Because, of course, I'm only guessing because all such systems are inhabited, Sugawati interrupted. And they don't want the tourists scaring the natives. Ada smiled. Or the other way around. But that's what you mean, isn't it? That there's some sort of ethic of non-interference with primitive planets? They know that every now and then some of the primitives might use the subway. Ellie continued the thought. And they're pretty sure the primitives, but they can't be absolutely sure. After all, primitives are primitive. So you let them ride only on subways, they go to the sticks. The builders must be a very cautious bunch. But then why did they send us a local train and not an express? She said. Probably it's too hard to build an express tunnel. A few of the turns were quite steep now. She thought about her Thunderbird, and then she thought about getting sick. She decided she would fight it as long as she could. The dodecahedron had not been equipped with air sickness bags. Abruptly, they were on a straightaway, and then the sky was full of stars. Everywhere she looked, there were stars, not the paltry scattering of a few thousand still occasionally known to naked-eye observers on Earth, but a vast multitude surrounding them in every direction, many almost touching their nearest neighbors, it seemed. The sky was blazing. She could make out an immense spiraling cloud of dust, an accretion disk apparently flowing into a black hole of staggering proportions, out of which flashes of radiation were coming like heat lightning on a summer's night. If this was the center of the galaxy, as she suspected, it would be bathed in synchrotron radiation. She hoped the extraterrestrials had remembered how frail humans were. And swimming into her field of view as the Dodec rotated was a prodigy, a wonder, a miracle. It filled half the sky. On its surface were hundreds, perhaps thousands of illuminated doorways, each with a different shape. Some had projecting appendages or a sequence of partly overlapping off-center circles. She realized they were docking ports, some perhaps only meters in size, others clearly kilometers across. Every one of them, she decided, was the template of some interstellar machine like this one. Big creatures in serious machines had imposing entry ports. Little creatures like us had tiny ports. The diversity of ports implied a breathtaking diversity of beings and cultures. Talk about Grand Central Station. The vision of a populated galaxy, of a universe spilling over with life and intelligence, made her want to cry for joy. They were approaching a yellow-lit port which Ellie could see was the exact template of the dodecahedron in which they were riding. She watched a nearby docking port where something the size of the dodecahedron and shaped approximately like a starfish was gently insinuating itself onto its template. She glanced left and right, up and down, at the almost imperceptible curvature of this great station, situated at what she guessed was the center of the Milky Way. What a vindication for the human species, invited here at last. There's hope for us, she thought. There's hope. Both the interior and the exterior doors of the airlock opened simultaneously. Apparently this sector of Grand Central was adequately pressurized and oxygenated. Video camera in hand, Ellie waited to exit, but then decided that the palm frond should be with her when she set foot on this new world. As she went to retrieve it, she heard a whoop of delight from outside, probably from Vega. She rushed into the bright sunlight. It was a beach. Waves were lapping on the sand. The blue sky sported a few lazy cumulus clouds. There was a stand of palm trees a little back from the water's edge. A sun was in the sky. One sun. A yellow one. Just like ours, she thought. The air smelled of cloves, perhaps, and cinnamon. It could have been a beach on Zanzibar. So they had voyaged 30,000 light years to walk on a beach. The breeze stirred and a little whirlwind of sand rose before her. Was all this just some elaborate simulation? Or had the five of them undertaken this epic voyage only to improve their knowledge of descriptive astronomy, and then been unceremoniously dumped into some pleasant corner of the earth? When she turned, she discovered that the dodecahedron had disappeared. They had left the superconducting supercomputer and its reference library, as well as some of the instruments aboard. It worried them for about a minute, but they were safe, and they had survived the trip. Vega glanced from the frond she'd struggled to bring here to the palm trees along the beach and laughed. "Calls to Newcastle." But her frond was different. Wherever this was, the Indian Ocean or the center of the galaxy, the five of them had done something unparalleled. The itinerary and destinations were entirely out of their hands, it was true, but they had crossed the ocean of interstellar space and begun what surely must be a new age in human history. She was very proud. She removed his boots and rolled up his pant legs to amble through the gentle surf. Devi stepped behind a palm tree and emerged sari-clad, her jumpsuit over her arm. Ada produced the sort of linen hat that was his visual trademark throughout the world. Ellie videotaped them in short, jumpy takes. They would look when they got home exactly like a home movie. She joined she and Vega in the surf. It was a pleasant afternoon, and everything considered, a welcome change from the Hokkaido winter they had left little more than an hour before. Vega said, "Everyone has brought something symbolic except me. Sukhavati and Ada bring national costumes, you have your palm frond, and she here has brought a grain of rice." Indeed, she was holding the grain in a plastic bag. "But me, I have brought no symbols, no mementos from Earth. I'm the only real materialist in the group, and everything I've brought is in my head. I would kill for a cigarette." The five of them sat together by a little tide pool. The surf made a soft white noise that reminded her of Argus and her years of listening to cosmic static. The sun was well past the zenith over the ocean. A crab scuttled by, its eyes swiveling on their stalks. With crabs, coconuts, and the limited provisions in their pockets, they could survive comfortably enough for some time. There were no footprints on the beach besides their own. Vega was explaining his and Ada's thinking on what the five of them had experienced. "We think they did almost all the work. All the project did was to make the faintest pucker in space-time, so they would have something to hook their tunnel onto. In all of that multidimensional geometry, it must be very difficult to detect a tiny pucker in space-time, even harder to fit a nozzle onto it." Ellie asked, "What are you saying? They changed the geometry of space?" Yes. We're saying that space is topologically non-simply connected. It's like... I know Ada doesn't like this analogy. It's like a flat, two-dimensional surface. The smart surface connected by some maze of tubing with some other flat, two-dimensional surface, the dumb surface. The only way you can get from the smart surface to the dumb surface in a reasonable time is through the tubes. Now imagine that the people on the smart surface lower a tube with a nozzle on it. They will make a tunnel between the two surfaces, provided the dumb ones cooperate by making a little pucker on their surface so the nozzle can attach itself. Ellie frowned. But if they're truly two-dimensional beings, how could they make a pucker on their surface? Vega said, by accumulating a great deal of mass in one place. But that's not what we did. No, it isn't. Somehow the Benzels did it. Ada explained. You see, if the tunnels are black holes, there are real contradictions implied. There is an interior tunnel in the exact Kerr solution of the Einstein field equations, but it's unstable. The slightest perturbation would seal it off and convert the tunnel into a physical singularity through which nothing can pass. I have tried to imagine a superior civilization that would control the internal structure of a collapsing star to keep the interior tunnel stable. This is very difficult. The civilization would have to monitor and stabilize the tunnel forever. It would be especially difficult with something as large as the dodecahedron falling through. Vega said, even if Abonema can discover how they keep the tunnel open, there are many other problems. Too many. Black holes collect problems faster than they collect matter. There are the tidal forces. We should have been torn apart in the black hole's gravitational field. We should have been stretched like people in the paintings of El Greco or the sculptures of that Italian. He turned to Ellie. Giacometti, he was Swiss. Yes, then other problems. As measured from Earth, it takes an infinite amount of time for us to pass through a black hole, and we could never return to Earth. Maybe this is what happened. Maybe we will never go home. Then there should be an inferno of radiation near the singularity. This is a quantum mechanical instability. Ada took up the explanation. And finally, a Kerr-type tunnel can lead to grotesque causality violations. With a modest change of trajectory inside the tunnel, one could emerge from the other end as early in the history of the universe as you might like. A picosecond after the Big Bang, for example. That would be a very disorderly universe. Look, fellas, I'm no expert in general relativity, but didn't we see black holes? Didn't we fall into them? Didn't we emerge out of them? Isn't a gram of observation worth a ton of theory? Vega groaned. I know. It has to be something else. Our understanding of physics can't be so far off, can it, Abonema? Ada shrugged. A naturally occurring black hole can't be a tunnel. They have impassable singularities at their centers. With a jerry-built sextant and their wristwatches, they timed the angular motion of the setting sun. It was 360 degrees in 24 hours, Earth standard. Before the sun got too low on the horizon, they disassembled Ellie's camera and used the lens to start a fire. She kept the Fron by her side, fearful that someone would carelessly throw it on the flames after dark. She proved to be an expert firemaker. He positioned them upwind and kept the fire low. Gradually, the stars came out. They were all there, the familiar constellations of Earth. She volunteered to stay up a while, tending the fire while the others slept. She wanted to see Lyra rise. The night was exceptionally clear, and Vega shone steady and brilliant. From the apparent motion of the constellations across the sky, from the southern hemisphere constellations that she could make out, and from the Big Dipper lying near the northern horizon, she deduced that they were in tropical latitudes. If all this is a simulation, she thought before falling asleep, they've gone to a great deal of trouble. Ellie awoke with a sense of disorientation so profound it bordered on vertigo. Where was she? Wisconsin, Puerto Rico, New Mexico, Wyoming, Hokkaido. And she remembered. It was unclear, to within 30,000 light-years, where in the Milky Way galaxy she was. Probably the all-time record for disorientation. Despite a headache, Ellie laughed, and Devi, sleeping beside her, stirred. They could hear shouting from farther up the beach. The three men were waving and beckoning. Ellie and Devi roused themselves and joined them. Standing upright on the sand was a door, a wooden door, with paneling and a brass doorknob. It was set in 2 jambs, a lintel and a threshold. It was in no way extraordinary for Earth. She said, "Now go around to the back." From the back, the door was not there at all. Ellie could see Ada and Vega and she, Devi standing a little apart, and the sand continuous between the 4 of them and her. She moved to the side, her heels moistened by the surf, and she could make out a single dark razor-thin vertical line. She was reluctant to touch it. Returning to the back again, she satisfied herself that there were no shadows or reflections in the air before her, and then stepped through. Ada laughed. "Bravo! What did you see when I walked towards you?" "A lovely woman strolling through a closed door 2 centimeters thick." "Have you tried to open it?" "Not yet." Vega was studying the door. "It looks like something by... what's the name of that French surrealist?" "René Magritte. He was Belgian." Devi gestured toward the beach and sky. "We're agreed, I take it, that this isn't really the Earth." Ellie laughed. "Unless we're in the Persian Gulf 3,000 years ago and there are djinns about." "What do you think would happen if we opened the door and walked in?" She said, "If we are here to be tested, on the other side is probably the test, maybe one for each of us." He was ready. She wished she were. Wordlessly they regarded one another. Ada doffed his cap, made a slight but graceful bow, turned and approached the door. Ellie ran to him and kissed him on both cheeks. He opened the door, entered, and disappeared into thin air. With the door ajar, there had seemed to be only the continuation of beach and surf behind him. The door closed. She ran around it, but there was no trace of Ada. She was next. Ellie found herself struck by how docile they had been. They could have told us where they were taking us, and what all this was for, she thought. It could have been part of the message, or information conveyed after the machine was activated. They could have told us we were docking with a simulation of a beach on Earth. They could have told us to expect the door. They had invented the language introduced in the message primer. Why not use it? Vega saw her staring at the closed door and asked if she wished to enter next. "Vega, I've been thinking. I know it's a little crazy, but it just struck me. Why do we have to jump through every hoop that they hold out for us? Suppose we don't do what they ask?" "Ellie, you are so American. For me, this is just like home. I'm used to doing what the authorities suggest, especially when I have no choice." He smiled and turned smartly on his heel. High above, a gull squawked. Vega had left the door ajar. There was still only beach beyond. Davy asked her, "Are you all right?" "Seriously, I'm asking as a doctor. Do you feel all right?" "I woke up with a headache, and I think I had some very fanciful dreams. I haven't brushed my teeth or had my black coffee. Except for that, really, I'm fine." "Well, that sounds all right. For the matter, I have a bit of a headache, too. Take care of yourself, Ellie. Remember everything so you'll be able to tell it to me next time we meet." "I will." They kissed. Debbie stepped over the threshold and vanished. The door closed behind her. Ellie thought she caught a whiff of curry. Ellie was alone. Carefully, she brushed accumulated sand off the microcamera system and its tiny arsenal of videocassettes on which she had recorded wonders. She tried to imagine thousands of comparable chambers, simulated worlds, whatever these were, each a meticulous copy of the nicest part of someone's home planet. Thousands of them, each with sky and weather, ocean, geology, and indigenous life indistinguishable from the originals. It seemed an extravagance, although it also suggested that a satisfactory outcome was within reach. No matter what your resources, you don't manufacture a landscape on this scale for 5 specimens from a doomed world. On the other hand, the idea of extraterrestrials as zookeepers had become something of a cliché. What if this sizable station, with its profusion of docking ports and environments, was actually a zoo? See the exotic animals in their native habitats? Tourists would come from all over the galaxy, especially during school vacations. There was not a sail on the horizon. A few seagulls were stalking the beach, apparently looking for crabs. She wished she had some bread to give them. She inspected their doorway again. She felt a continuing reluctance to enter, more than reluctance, maybe dread. She withdrew, keeping the door in view. Beneath a palm tree, her knees drawn up under her chin, she looked out over the long sweep of white sandy beach. She wondered about the others. Were they now in some outlandish testing facility, avidly checking away on the multiple-choice questions? Or was it an oral examination? And who were the examiners? She felt the uneasiness well up once again. Another intelligent being, independently evolved in some distant world, under unearthly physical conditions, and with an entirely different sequence of random genetic mutations. Such a being would not resemble anyone she knew, or even imagined. If this was a test station, then there were station masters, and the station masters would be thoroughly, devastatingly non-human. There was something deep within her that was bothered by insects, snakes, star-nosed moles. She worried that she would be unable even to confront, much less to win over for the human species, an extraterrestrial being. There had been no effort to determine whether the five were afraid of mice or dwarves or Martians. She wondered why they hadn't thought of it. It seemed an obvious enough point now. It had been a mistake to send her. Perhaps when confronted with some serpent-haired station master, she would disgrace herself, or far worse, tip the grade given to the human species in whatever unfathomable test was being administered from pass to fail. She looked with both apprehension and longing at the enigmatic door, its lower boundary now under water. The tide was coming in. There was a figure on the beach a few hundred meters away. At first she thought it was Vega, perhaps out of the examining room early and come to tell her the good news. But whoever it was wasn't wearing a Machine Project jumpsuit. Also, it seemed to be someone younger. She reached for the long lens and for some reason hesitated. Standing up, she shielded her eyes from the sun. Just for a moment, it had seemed, it was clearly impossible. They would not take such shameless advantage of her. But she could not help herself. She was racing toward him on the hard sand near the water's edge, her hair streaming behind her. He looked as she remembered him, vigorous, happy. She flew into his arms, sobbing. "Hello, Presh." He stroked her hair. His voice was right. She instantly remembered it, and his smell, his gait, his laugh, the way his beard braided her cheek. All of it combined to shatter her self-possession. She could feel a massive stone seal being pried open and the first rays of light entering an ancient, almost forgotten tomb. She swallowed and tried to gain control of herself, but seemingly inexhaustible waves of anguish poured out of her, and she would weep again. He stood there patiently. She cried for all the years between herself and him. In her girlhood and as a young woman, she would dream that he had come to her and told her that his death had been a mistake. He was really fine. But she would pay for those brief respites with poignant reawakenings into a world in which he no longer was. And now here he was, not a dream or a ghost, but flesh and blood. Close enough. He had called to her from the stars, and she had come. She hugged him with all her might. She knew it was a trick, a reconstruction, a simulation, but it was flawless. For a moment she held him by the shoulders at arm's length. It was as if her father had these many years ago died and gone to heaven, and finally she had managed to rejoin him. She sobbed and embraced him again, then wiped her eyes, laughing and crying at once. So what do I owe this apparition to? Robotics or hypnosis? Am I an artifact or a dream? You might ask that about anything. Even today, not a week goes by when I don't think that I'd give anything, just to spend a few minutes with my father again. Well, here I am. He raised his hands, making a half-turn so she could be sure that the back of him was there as well. But he was so young. He had been only 36 when he died. Maybe this was their way of calming her fears. If so, they were very thoughtful. She guided him back toward her few possessions, her arm around his waist. He certainly felt substantial enough. If there were gear trains and integrated circuits underneath his skin, they were well hidden. So, how are we doing? I know. It took you many years from receipt of the message to your arrival here. Do you grade on speed or accuracy? Neither. You mean we haven't completed the test yet? He did not answer. Well, explain it to me. Some of us have spent years decrypting the message and building the machine. Aren't you going to tell me what it's all about? You've become a real scrapper. He spoke as if he really were her father, as if he were comparing his last recollections of her with her present, still incompletely developed self. He gave her hair an affectionate tousle. She remembered that from childhood also. But how could they, 30,000 light years from Earth, how could they know her father's affectionate gestures in long-ago and far-away Wisconsin? Suddenly she knew. Dreams. Last night when we were all dreaming, you were inside our heads, right? You drained everything we know. We only made copies. I think everything that used to be in your head is still there. Take a look. Tell me if anything's missing. He grinned and went on. There was so much your television programs didn't tell us. Oh, we could figure out your technological level pretty well and a lot more about you. But there's so much more to your species than that. Things we couldn't possibly learn indirectly. I recognize you may feel some breach of privacy, but we have so little time. You mean the test is over? We answered all your questions while we were asleep last night? So did we pass or fail? It isn't like that. Don't think of us as some interstellar sheriff gunning down outlaw civilizations. Think of us more as the office of the Galactic Census. We collect information. I know you think nobody has anything to learn from you because you're technologically so backward. But there are other merits to a civilization. What merits? Oh, music, loving-kindness, dreams. Humans are very good at dreaming, although you'd never know it from your television. There are cultures all over the galaxy that trade dreams. You operate an interstellar cultural exchange? That's what this is all about? You don't care if some rapacious, bloodthirsty civilization develops interstellar spaceflight? I said we admire loving-kindness. If the Nazis had taken over the world, our world, and then developed interstellar spaceflight, wouldn't you have stepped in? You'd be surprised how rarely something like that happens. In the long run, the aggressive civilizations destroy themselves, almost always. It's their nature. They can't help it. In such a case, our job would be to leave them alone, to make sure that no one bothers them, to let them work out their destiny. Then why didn't you leave us alone? I'm not complaining, mind you. I'm only curious as to how the office of the Galactic Census works. The first thing you picked up from us was that Hitler broadcast. Why did you make contact? The picture, of course, was alarming. We could tell you were in deep trouble. But the music told us something else. The Beethoven told us there was hope. Marginal cases are our specialty. We thought you could use a little help. Really, we can offer only a little. You understand. There are certain limitations imposed by causality. He'd crouched down, running his hands through the water, and was now drying them on his pants. Last night we looked inside you. All 5 of you. There's a lot in there. You're an interesting mix. All that in one night's work? We had to hurry. We have a pretty tight schedule. Why, is something about to... No. It's just that if we don't engineer a consistent causality, it'll work itself out on its own. And then it's almost always worse. She had no idea what he meant. What a nice pendant. He spoke with just that air of fatherly reserve she imagined he would have cultivated had he lived to see her adolescence. Who gave it to you? She fingered the medallion. Actually, it's from somebody I don't know very well. He tested my faith. But you must know all this already. He grinned, She felt a little annoyed. "I want to know what you think of us. What do you really think?" He did not hesitate for a moment. "All right, I think it's amazing that you've done as well as you have. You've got hardly any theory of social organization, astonishingly backward economic systems, no grasp of the machinery of historical prediction, and very little knowledge about yourselves. Considering how fast your world is changing, it's amazing you haven't blown yourself to bits by now. That's why we don't want to write you off just yet. You humans have a certain talent for adaptability, at least in the short term. That's the issue, isn't it? That's one issue. You can see that after a while, the civilizations with only short-term perspectives just aren't around. They work out their destinies also." She wanted to ask him how he honestly felt about humans. Curiosity, compassion, no feelings, whatever. In his heart of hearts, or whatever equivalent internal organs he possessed, did he think of her as she thought of an ant? But she could not bring herself to raise the question. She was too much afraid of the answer. From the intonation of his voice, from the nuances of his speech, she tried to gain some glimpse of who it was here disguised as her father. She had an enormous amount of direct experience with human beings. The station masters had less than a day's. Could she not discern something of their true nature beneath this amiable and informative facade? But she couldn't. In the content of his speech he was, of course, not her father, nor did he pretend to be. But in every other respect he was uncannily close to Theodore F. Arroway, 1924 to 1960, vendor of hardware, loving husband and father. Part of her kept wanting to ask him how things had been since he'd gone to heaven. Was anything special in the works for the millennium? There were human cultures that taught an afterlife of the blessed on mountaintops or in clouds, in caverns or oases, but she could not recall any in which, if you were very, very good, when you died you went to the beach. "Do you have time for some questions before whatever it is we have to do next?" "Sure. 1 or 2 anyway." "Tell me about your transportation system." "I can do better than that. I can show you. Steady now." An amoeba of blackness leaked out from the zenith, obscuring the sun and blue sky. She gasped. "Oh, that's quite a trick." The same sandy beach was beneath her feet. She dug her toes in. Overhead was the cosmos. They were, it seemed, high above the Milky Way galaxy, looking down on its spiral structure and falling toward it at some impossible speed. He explained matter-of-factly, using her own familiar scientific language to describe the vast pinwheel-shaped structure. He showed her the Orion spiral arm, in which the sun was in this epoch embedded. Interior to it were the Sagittarius arm, the Norma Scutum arm, and the 3 kiloparsec arm. A network of straight lines appeared, representing the transportation system they had used. It was like the illuminated maps in the Paris metro. Ada had been right. Each station, she deduced, was in a star system with a low-mass double black hole. She knew the black holes couldn't have resulted from stellar collapse, from the normal evolution of massive star systems, because they were too small. Maybe they were primordial, left over from the Big Bang, captured by some unimaginable starship and towed to their designated station. Or maybe they were made from scratch. She wanted to ask about this, but the tour was pressing breathlessly onward. There was a disk of glowing hydrogen rotating about the center of the galaxy, and within it a ring of molecular clouds rushing outward toward the periphery of the Milky Way. He showed her the ordered motions in the giant molecular cloud complex Sagittarius B2, which had for decades been a favorite hunting ground for complex organic molecules by her radioastronomical colleagues on Earth. Closer to the center, they encountered another giant molecular cloud, and then Sagittarius A West, an intense radio source that Ellie herself had observed at Argus. And just adjacent, at the very center of the galaxy, locked in a passionate gravitational embrace, was a pair of immense black holes. The mass of one of them was 5 million suns. Rivers of gas the size of solar systems were pouring down its maw. So 2 supermassive black holes are orbiting one another at the center of the galaxy. One had been known, or at least strongly suspected, but 2. Shouldn't that have shown up as a Doppler displacement of spectral lines? She imagined a sign under one of them reading entrance and under the other exit. Surrounding stars, gas and dust were being eaten up by the entrance black hole, and that was where this station, Grand Central, was, just safely outside the black holes at the center of the galaxy. It goes somewhere, right? Right. Can you tell me where? Sure. All this stuff winds up in Cygnus A. Except only for a nearby supernova remnant in Cassiopeia, Cygnus A was the brightest radio source in the skies of Earth. She had calculated that in 1 second, Cygnus A produces more energy than the Sun does in 40,000 years. The radio source was 600 million light-years away from Earth, far beyond the Milky Way. As with many extragalactic radio sources, 2 enormous jets of gas, fleeing apart at almost the speed of light, were making a complex web of Rankine-Hugoniot shock fronts with the thin intergalactic gas and producing in the process a radio beacon that shone brightly over most of the universe. All the matter in this enormous structure, 500,000 light-years across, was pouring out of a tiny, almost inconspicuous point in space exactly midway between the jets. You're making Cygnus A? She half remembered a summer's night in Michigan when she was a girl. She had feared she would fall into the sky. Oh, it's not just us. This is a cooperative project of many galaxies. That's what we mainly do. Engineering. Only a few of us are involved with emerging civilizations. At each pause, she had felt a kind of tingling in her head. There are cooperative projects between galaxies? Lots of galaxies, each with a kind of central administration, with hundreds of billions of stars in each galaxy, and then those administrations cooperate to pour millions of suns into Cygnus A. Forgive me, I'm just staggered by the scale. Why would you do all this, whatever for? You mustn't think of the universe as a wilderness. It hasn't been that for billions of years. Think of it more as cultivated. Again a tingling. But what for? What's there to cultivate? The basic problem is easily stated. Now, don't get scared off by the scale. You're an astronomer, after all. The problem is that the universe is expanding, and there's not enough matter in it to stop the expansion. After a while, no new galaxies, no new stars, no new planets, no newly arisen life forms, just the same old crowd. Everything's getting run down. It'll be boring. So in Cygnus A, we're testing out the technology to make something new. You might call it an experiment in urban renewal. It's not our only trial run. Sometime later, we might want to close off a piece of the universe and prevent space from getting more and more empty as the eons pass. Increasing the local matter density is the way to do it, of course. It's good, honest work. Like running a hardware store in Wisconsin. If Cygnus A was 600 million light-years away, then astronomers on Earth, or anywhere in the Milky Way for that matter, were seeing it as it had been 600 million years ago. But on Earth, 600 million years ago, she knew, there had been hardly any life, even in the ocean. They were old. You've been pouring matter into Cygnus A for the last 600 million years? Well, what you've detected by radioastronomy was just some of our early feasibility testing. We're much further along now. And in due course, in another few 100 million years, she imagined, radio astronomers on Earth, if any, will detect substantial progress in the reconstruction of the universe around Cygnus A. She steeled herself for further revelations and vowed she would not let them intimidate her. There was a hierarchy of beings on a scale she could not have imagined, but the Earth had a place, a significance in that hierarchy. They would not have gone to all this trouble for nothing. The blackness rushed back to the zenith and was consumed. Sun and blue sky returned. The scene was the same: surf, sand, palms, Magritte door, microcamera, frond, and her father. You built it all? The subways, I mean, you and those other engineers from other galaxies. Oh no, we haven't built any of it. I've missed something. Help me understand. We emerged a long time ago on many different worlds in the Milky Way. The first of us developed interstellar spaceflight, and eventually chanced on one of the transit stations. Of course, we didn't know what it was. We weren't even sure it was artificial until the first of us were brave enough to slide down. Who's we? You mean the ancestors of your race, your species? No. We're many species from many worlds. Eventually, we found a large number of subways, various ages, and all abandoned. Most were still in good working condition. All we did was make some repairs and improvements. No other artifacts, no dead cities, no records of what happened, no subway builders left? He shook his head. No industrialized abandoned planets? There was a galaxy-wide civilization that picked up and left without leaving a trace except for the stations. That's more or less right, and it's the same in other galaxies also. Billions of years ago, they all went somewhere. We haven't the slightest idea where. But where could they go? He shook his head for the third time, but now very slowly. So, you're not... No. We're just caretakers. Maybe someday they'll come back. Okay, just one more question. All right, but we only have a few minutes left. I want to know about your myths, your religions. What fills you with awe? Or are those who make the numinous unable to feel it? You make the numinous also. No, I know what you're asking. Certainly we feel it. You recognize that some of this is hard for me to communicate to you, but I'll give you an example of what you're asking. I don't say this is it exactly, but it'll give you, He paused momentarily, and again she felt a tingle. Had he missed something last night? If so, she was glad. It meant they weren't perfect. A flavor of our numinous. It concerns pi, the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter. You know it well, of course, and you also know you can never come to the end of pi. There's no last digit, only an infinite number of digits. Your mathematicians have made an effort to calculate it out to... None of you seem to know. Let's say the 10 billionth place. You won't be surprised to hear that other mathematicians have gone further. Well, eventually. Let's say it's in the 10 to the 20th power place. Something happens. The randomly varying digits disappear, and for an unbelievably long time, there is nothing but ones and zeros. Idly, he was tracing a circle on the sand with his toe. She paused a heartbeat before replying. And the zeros and ones finally stop? You get back to a random sequence of digits? Seeing a faint sign of encouragement, she raced on. And the number of zeros and ones, is it a product of prime numbers? Yes, 11 of them. You're telling me there's a message in 11 dimensions hidden deep inside the number pi? Someone in the universe communicates by mathematics. But help me, I'm really having trouble understanding you. Mathematics isn't arbitrary. I mean, pi has to have the same value everywhere. How can you hide a message inside pi? It's built into the fabric of the universe. Exactly. She stared at him. It's even better than that. Let's assume that only in base 10 arithmetic does the sequence of zeros and ones show up, although you'd recognize that something funny's going on in any other arithmetic. Let's also assume that the beings who first made this discovery had 10 fingers. You see? It's as if pi has been waiting billions of years for 10-fingered mathematicians with fast computers to come along. The message was kind of addressed to us. But this is just a metaphor, right? It's not really pi in the 10 to the 20th place. You don't actually have 10 fingers. Not really. He smiled at her. Well, for heaven's sake, what does the message say? He paused for a moment, raised and then pointed to the door. A small crowd of people was excitedly pouring out of it. They were in a jovial mood, as if this were a long-delayed picnic outing. Ada was accompanying a stunning young woman. From photographs, Ellie recognized her as his wife. Sukhavati was holding hands with an earnest young man, his eyes large and soulful. Ellie assumed it was Surinder Ghosh, Devi's long-dead medical student husband. She was in animated discourse with a small, vigorous man of commanding demeanor. He had drooping, wispy mustaches and was garbed in a richly brocaded and beaded gown. Vega ushered over a girl of 11 or 12, her blonde braids bobbing as she walked. "This is my granddaughter, Nina, more or less. I should have introduced you before, in Moscow. I have not been a very good father to her mother. These days I hardly see Nina at all." Ellie embraced the girl. Seeing his tenderness toward Nina, Ellie decided she liked him more than ever. She looked around her. The station masters had produced for each of the 5 their deepest loves. Perhaps it was to ease the barriers of communication with another appallingly different species. The caretakers were in a polite but determined hurry. There was not much time to talk. The entrance to the airlock of the dodecahedron was now visible, roughly where it had been when they first arrived. The Magritte doorway had vanished. Everyone introduced everyone, and they all solemnly shook hands. Her father said gently, "Time to go home." It was wrenching. She didn't want to go. She tried asking more questions. "How do you mean home? You mean we're going to emerge somewhere in the solar system? How will we get down to Earth?" "You'll see. It'll be interesting." He put his arm around her waist, guiding her toward the open airlock door. She tried another question. "The Earth is linked up now, right? Both ways. If we can go home, you can come down to us. You know, that makes me awfully nervous. Why don't you just sever the link? We'll take it from here." "Sorry, Presh. For a while, at least, it'll be open only to inbound traffic, but we don't expect to use it." She would have preferred a 52-year leeway between unacceptable behavior on Earth and the arrival of a punitive expedition. No matter what assurances they gave, they would watch us more closely now. "You've been very generous in answering all of my questions. Can I answer any for you?" "Thanks. You've answered all our questions last night." "That's it? No commandments, no instructions for the provincials?" "It doesn't work that way, Presh. You're grown up now. You're on your own." He tilted his head, gave her that grin, and she flew into his arms, her eyes again filling with tears. She took one last look at the seashore at the center of the galaxy. A pair of seabirds, petrels, remained aloft with hardly a beat of their wings. Just at the entrance to the airlock, she turned and called to him. "What does your message say? The one in Pi?" "We don't know. We're still working on it." The breeze stirred up, tousling her hair once again. "Well, give us a call when you figure it out." They were overjoyed to be back, giddy with excitement. They hugged and patted one another on the back. They had returned, safely negotiating all the tunnels. Abruptly, amidst a hail of static, the radio began blaring out the machine status report. All 3 benzels were decelerating. The built-up electrical charge was dissipating. Ellie wondered how much time had passed. She glanced at her watch. It had been a day, at least, which would bring them well into the year 2000. Appropriate enough. Wait till they hear what we have to tell them. She patted the compartment where the dozens of video microcassettes were stored. How the world would change when these films were released. The space between and around the benzels had been repressurized. The airlock doors were being opened. Now there were radio inquiries about their well-being. "We're fine, let us out. You won't believe what happened to us." The 5 emerged from the airlock happy, effusively greeting their comrades who had helped build the machine. The Japanese technicians saluted them. Project officials surged toward them. The clocks read 15:20. Activation had occurred close to 3 o'clock the previous afternoon, so they had been gone just a little over 24... "What day is it?" Ellie asked. Something was wrong. "Somebody, for heaven's sake, what day is it?" "How do you mean, Dr. Arroway? It's today, Friday, December 31st, 1999. It's New Year's Eve. Are you all right?" Vega was telling Arkhangelski to let him begin at the beginning, but only after his cigarettes were produced. Project officials and representatives of the machine consortium were converging around them. Ellie saw Derhir wedging his way to her through the crowd. As soon as he came close, she asked, "Ken, from your perspective, what happened?" "Nothing. The vacuum system worked. The benzels spun up, they accumulated quite an electrical charge, they reached the prescribed speed, and then everything reversed." "What do you mean?" "The benzels slowed down, and the charge dissipated. The system was repressurized, the benzels stopped, and all of you came out. The whole thing took maybe 20 minutes. We couldn't talk to you while the benzels were spinning. Did you experience anything at all?" She laughed. "Ken, my boy, have I got a story for you." There was a party for project personnel to celebrate machine activation and the momentous new year. The 5 did not attend. Project Directorate had quickly concluded that something had gone wrong. The 5 found themselves hustled away from the milling crowds of government and consortium officials for a preliminary interrogation. It was thought prudent, project officials explained, for each of them to be questioned separately. Derhir and Valerian conducted her debriefing in a small conference room. There were other project officials present, including a member of the Russian staff. They listened politely, but they had difficulty understanding the sequence of events. Much of what she related somehow worried them. Her excitement was non-contagious. They treated her with deference, but she knew what they were thinking. The only function of the machine had been in 20 minutes to produce a memorable illusion, or just possibly to drive the 5 of them mad. She played the video microcassettes for them, each carefully labeled Vega Ring System, Galactic Center Starscape, Beach. The cassettes were blank. She learned later that the instruments carried by the others had also somehow failed. Peter Valerian wanted to believe her, Derhir also, but it was hard for them. The story the 5 had come back with was entirely unsupported by physical evidence. Also, there hadn't been enough time. They had been out of sight for only 20 minutes. This was not the reception she had expected, but she was confident it would all sort itself out. For the moment, she was content to play the experience back in her mind and make some detailed notes. She wanted to be sure she would forget nothing. Late on New Year's Day, a number of unscheduled flights arrived at Sapporo International Airport. One brought the new American Secretary of Defense, Michael Kitts, and a team of hastily gathered experts. Another had flown overnight from Moscow. 2 days later, a severe winter storm struck, and all traffic into the machine facility was interrupted. Some radio and all television links were severed. Apparently, a microwave relay tower had been blown down, and through most of the new interrogations, the only communication with the outside world was by telephone. Ellie allowed herself to think of the seashore again, and him. Whatever happened next, a wound deep inside within her was being healed. It had been the most expensive psychotherapy in history, and that's saying a lot, she thought. Debriefings were given to the other crew members by representatives of their nations, but they were perfunctory compared with the interrogations by project personnel. Vega and Ellie underwent still more elaborate debriefings by the high-level teams brought from Russia and the United States. Kitts was in charge of Ellie's debriefing, and considering what short notice he must have been given, he had arrived surprisingly well prepared. Valerian and Derhir put in an occasional good word for her, and every now and then asked a searching question. But it was Kitts's show. He told her he was approaching her story skeptically but constructively, in what he hoped was the best scientific tradition. He trusted she would not mistake the directness of his questions for some personal animus. He held her in the greatest respect. He would not permit his judgment to be clouded by the fact that he had been against the machine project from the beginning. She decided to let this pathetic deception pass unchallenged and began her story. At first, he listened closely, asked occasional questions, and apologized when he interrupted. By the second day, no such courtesies were in evidence. So the Nigerian is visited by his wife, the Indian by her dead husband, the Russian by his cute granddaughter, the Chinese by some Mongol warlord. Emperor Xin was not a Mongol. And you get visited by your dearly departed father, who tells you that he and his friends have been busy rebuilding the universe, for Christ's sake. This is straight religion. Don't you see that? You're essentially the only one of the 5 who was raised in the Judeo-Christian culture. And not only do you claim your own father came back from the dead, you actually expect us to believe that he made the universe? You're distorting what— Come off it, Arroway. Don't insult our intelligence. You don't present us with a shred of evidence, and you expect us to believe the biggest cock-and-bull story of all time? You know better than that. You're a smart lady. How could you figure to get away with it? She protested. Valerian protested also that this kind of interrogation was a waste of time. The machine was undergoing sensitive physical tests at this moment, and the validity of her story could be checked by physical evidence. Kitts agreed that that would be important, but the nature of Arroway's story, he argued, was revealing. It's just too pat. It's not imaginative enough. This was worse than she had thought possible. She felt a moment of panic. You think we made all this up? Well, I'll tell you, Dr. Arroway. When I was very young, I worked in the Cook County Prosecutor's Office. What we used to look for was opportunity, means, and motive. To do what? He looked at her in disgust and did not answer. But that implies a conspiracy. You think she lied, or Ada, or Devi? What I think is, we should move on to something more important. A first draft of the materials assessment report will be here tomorrow morning. Let's not waste more time on stories. We'll adjourn until then. Derheer had said not a word through the entire afternoon session. He offered her an uncertain grin. Clearly he was weighing the possibility that she had gone crazy. Well, here it is. Kitts let the report fall to the table. You'll want to look through it, Dr. Arroway, but I can give you a quick summary. The dodecahedron apparently has been exposed to a very different environment than the benzels and the supporting structures. It's apparently been subjected to huge tensile and compressional stresses. It's a miracle the thing didn't fall to pieces, and you and the others as well. Also, it's apparently seen an intense radiation environment. There's low-level induced radioactivity, cosmic ray tracks, and so on. It's another miracle that you survived the radiation. Nothing else has been added or taken away. There's no sign of erosion or scraping on the side vertices that you claim kept bumping into the walls of the tunnels. There's not even any scoring, as there would have been if it re-entered the Earth's atmosphere at high velocity. Ellie was pleased. So, doesn't that confirm our story? Michael, think about it. Tensile and compressional stresses, tidal forces, are exactly what you expect if you fall down a classical black hole. I don't know why we didn't feel it, but maybe the dodec protected us somehow. And high radiation doses from the inside of the black hole and from the environment of the galactic center, a known gamma-ray source. There's independent evidence for black holes, and there's independent evidence for a galactic center. We didn't make those things up. I don't understand the absence of scraping, but that depends on the interaction of a material we've hardly studied with a material that's completely unknown. I wouldn't expect any scoring or charring because we don't claim we entered through the Earth's atmosphere. It seems to me the evidence almost entirely confirms our story. What's the problem? The problem is you people are too clever. Look at it from the point of view of a skeptic. There's a bunch of bright people in different countries who think the world is going to hell in a handbasket. They claim to receive a complex message from space. Claim? Let me continue. They decrypt the message, and announce instructions on how to build a very complicated machine at a cost of trillions of dollars. The world's in a funny condition, the religions are all shaky about the oncoming millennium, and to everybody's surprise, the machine gets built. There's 1 or 2 slight changes in personnel, and then essentially these same people get to sit down in the machine. Because of the way the thing's designed, no one can see them, and no one can talk to them after the thing is activated. So the machine is turned on, and then in 20 minutes, it turns itself off. These same people emerge from the machine all jaunty-jolly with some bullshit story about traveling faster than light inside black holes to the center of the galaxy and back. Now suppose you hear this story, and you're just ordinarily cautious. You ask to see their evidence. Pictures, videotapes, any other data. Guess what? It's all been conveniently erased. Do they have artifacts of the superior civilization they say is at the center of the galaxy? No. Nothing. The only physical evidence is some subtle damage done to the machine. So you ask yourself, couldn't people who were so motivated and so clever arrange for what looks like tension stresses and radiation damage, especially if they could spend $2 trillion faking the evidence? She gasped. This was a truly venomous reconstruction of events. He went on. I don't think anybody's going to believe your story. This is the most elaborate and the most expensive hoax ever perpetrated. You and your friends tried to hoodwink the President of the United States and deceive the American people, to say nothing of all the other governments on the earth. You must really think everybody else is stupid. Michael, this is madness. Tens of thousands of people worked to acquire the message, to decode it, and to build the machine. The message is on magnetic tapes and printouts and laser discs in observatories all over the world. You think there's a conspiracy involving all the radio astronomers on the planet and the aerospace and cybernetics companies, and... No, you don't need a conspiracy that big. All you need is a transmitter in space that looks as if it's broadcasting from Vega. I'll tell you how I think you did it. You prepare the message and you get somebody with an established launch capability to put it up. Probably as an incidental part of some other mission, and into some orbit that looks like sidereal motion. And maybe there's more than one satellite. Then the transmitter turns on, and you're all ready in your handy-dandy observatory to receive the message, make the big discovery, and tell us poor slobs what it all means. Well, this was too much, even for the impassive Derheer. Really, Mike, Ellie cut him short. I wasn't responsible for most of the decoding. Lots of people were involved, Drumlin especially, and he started out as a committed skeptic, as you know, but once the data came in, Dave was entirely convinced. You didn't hear any reservations from him. Oh, yes, poor Dave Drumlin, the late Dave Drumlin. You set him up. The professor you never liked. Derheer slumped farther down in his chair, and she had a sudden vision of him regaling Kits with second-hand pillow talk. During the decrypting of the message, you couldn't do everything. Here's Drumlin, growing old, worried about his former student eclipsing him and getting all the credit. Suddenly, he sees how to be involved, how to play a central role. You appealed to his narcissism and you hooked him. And if he hadn't figured out the decryption, you would have helped him along. Ellie rolled her eyes. You're saying that we were able to invent such a message? Really, it's an outrageous compliment to Vega and me. It's also impossible. It can't be done. You ask any competent engineer if that kind of machine with brand-new subsidiary industries, components wholly unfamiliar on Earth, you ask if that could have been invented by a few physicists and radio astronomers on their days off. Even if we knew how, it would have taken years. You had years, while Argus was getting nowhere. The project was about to be closed. Drumlin, you remember, was pushing that. So just at the right moment, you find the message, and there's no more talk about closing down your pet project. I think you and that Russian did cook up the whole thing in your spare time. You had years. Mike, this is madness. Valerian interrupted to say he had known Dr. Arroway well during the period in question. She had done productive scientific work. She never had the time required for so elaborate a deception. Much as he admired her, he agreed that the message and the machine were far beyond her ability, or indeed anybody's ability. Anybody on Earth. But Kits wasn't buying it. That's a personal judgment, Dr. Valerian. There are many persons, and there can be many judgments. You're fond of Dr. Arroway. I understand. I'm fond of her, too. It's understandable you would defend her, but there's a clincher. You don't know about it yet. He leaned forward, watching Ellie intently. The message stopped the moment we activated the machine. The moment the benzels reached cruising speed, to the second, all over the world. We've held back telling you about it so we wouldn't distract you from your debriefing. The message stopped in mid-bit. Now, that was really foolish of you. I don't know anything about it, Michael. But so what if the message stopped? It's fulfilled its purpose. We built the machine, and we went to where they wanted us to go. Kit smiled. But it puts you in a peculiar position. The radio waves arriving on Earth right now are supposed to have been sent from Vega 26 years ago. There's no way that activating the machine can turn the message off until 26 years pass. I'm surprised you thought you could get away with this one. Michael, listen. It's how we were able to get from here to there and back in 20 minutes. It can be an acausal around a singularity. I'm not an expert on this. You should be talking to Ada or Vega. This is wholly unexplored territory. It's not called a space-time continuum for nothing. If they can make tunnels through space, I suppose they can make some kind of tunnels through time. The fact that we got back a day early shows that they have at least a limited kind of time travel. So maybe as soon as we left the station, they sent a message 26 years back in time to turn the transmission off. I don't know. But you see how convenient it is for you that the message stops just now. If it was still broadcasting, we could find your little satellite, capture it, and bring back the transmission tape. That would be definitive evidence of a hoax. Unambiguous. But you couldn't risk that. So you're reduced to black hole mumbo-jumbo. Probably embarrassing for you. Kit's pressed on, making sparkling new patterns of facts assemble themselves in the air before her, rewriting whole years of her life. She hadn't thought Kit's dumb, but she hadn't imagined him this inventive either. Perhaps he'd received help. But the emotional propulsion for this fantasy came from Kit's. This interrogation, this alternative interpretation of events, had roused something passionate in him. After a moment, she thought she saw what it was. The five had come back with no immediate military applications, no political information, but only a story that was surpassing strange. And that story had certain implications. Kit's was now master of the most devastating arsenal on Earth, while the caretakers were building galaxies. He was a lineal descendant of a progression of leaders, American and Soviet, who had devised the strategy of nuclear confrontation, while the caretakers were an amalgam of diverse species from separate worlds working together in concert. Their very existence was an unspoken rebuke. Then consider the possibility that the tunnel could be activated from the other end, that there might be nothing he could do to prevent it. They could be here in an instant. How could Kit's defend the United States under such circumstances? His role in the decision to build the machine, the history of which he seemed to be actively rewriting, could be interpreted by an unfriendly tribunal as dereliction of duty. And what account could Kit's give the extraterrestrials of his stewardship of the planet, he and his predecessors? She regarded him with sympathy. For 100 generations at least, the world had been run by people much worse than he. It was his misfortune to come to bat just as the rules of the game were being rewritten. He was saying, "Don't you think the extraterrestrials treated you badly? They don't tell you what they're doing, they expose all your film, destroy all your data, and they don't even let you leave that stupid palm frond up there. If they had wanted to make it unambiguously clear you'd really gone somewhere, they would have brought you back a day later, or a week, right? If they wanted to make it easy for you, they wouldn't have turned off the message, right? Why would they want to make it bad for you? How come the extraterrestrials don't confirm your story? You spent years of your life trying to find them. Don't they appreciate what you've done?" "Ellie, how can you be so sure your story really happened? If, as you claim, all this isn't a hoax, couldn't it be a delusion?" "It's painful to consider, I know. Considering the strain you've been under, though, it's no big deal. And if the only alternative is criminal conspiracy, maybe you want to carefully think this one through." Later that day, she met with Kitz alone. A bargain had in effect been proposed. She had no intention of going along with it, but Kitz was prepared for that possibility as well. We've already issued a news release saying that the machine just didn't work. Naturally, we're trying to understand what went wrong. Then in a few weeks, we'll announce that we're still not getting anywhere. We've done the best we could, and the machine is too expensive to keep working on. Probably we're just not smart enough to figure it out yet. And there's still some danger, after all. The machine might blow up or something. So all in all, it's best to put the machine project on ice, at least for a while. It's not that we didn't try. And what, in your fantasy, becomes of us, the 5 of us? After a little more debriefing, you'll be free to leave. I don't think any of you will be foolish enough to tell this cock-and-bull story on the outside, but just to be safe, we're preparing some psychiatric dossiers. You've always been a little rebellious, mad at the system, whichever system you grew up in. That's okay. It's good for people to be independent. We encourage that, especially in scientists. But the strain of the last few years has been not actually disabling, but trying. Especially for Drs. Arroway and Lunacharsky, and scientists are highly strung anyway. If you've all become a little unhinged at the failure of the machine, everybody will be sympathetic, understanding, but nobody will believe your story. Nobody. If you behave yourselves, there's no reason that the dossiers ever have to be released. It'll be clear that the machine is still here. We're having a few wire service photographers in as soon as the roads are open. We'll show them the machine didn't go anywhere, and the crew. The crew is naturally disappointed, maybe a little disheartened. They don't want to talk to the press just yet. Don't you think it's a neat plan? He smiled. Don't you think we're being very reasonable after spending $2 trillion on that pile of shit? We could put you away for life, Arroway, but we're letting you go free. You don't even have to put up bail. I think we're behaving like gentlemen. It's the spirit of the millennium. It's Machindo. In the end, the 5 were permitted to talk among themselves. Vega's interrogation had baffled him. They had not exactly accused him, but merely suggested that he was part of an anti-Russian conspiracy involving scientists from the West. I tell you, Ellie, the only remaining open question is the existence of intelligent life in our government. Yes, and in ours. I can't believe the President would allow Kitz to get away with this. She committed herself to the project. Vega shrugged. This planet is run by crazy people. Remember what they have to do to get where they are. Their perspective is so narrow, so brief. A few years. In the best of them, a few decades. They care only about the time they are in power. But they're not sure our story is a lie, Ellie. They cannot prove it. In their hearts, they wonder. A few even want it to be true. But it is a risky truth. They need something close to certainty. Perhaps we can provide it. We can refine gravitational theory. We can make new astronomical observations to confirm what we were told, especially for the Galactic Center and Cygnus A. They're not going to stop astronomical research. Also, we can study the Dodec, if they give us access. Ellie, we will change their minds. She shook her head. I don't see how the governments could convince people this is a hoax. You don't. Think of what else they've made people believe. No, Ellie, they're good at convincing. They need only say that the machine doesn't work, and that we've gone a little mad. I don't think we'd seem so mad if we all told our story together. But you may be right, Vega. Maybe we should try to find some evidence first. Will you be okay when you go back? What can they do to me? You and I have a mutual security treaty, Ellie. As long as you're alive, they need me, and vice versa, of course. If the story is true, they will be glad there was a Russian witness. And like your people, they will wonder about military and economic uses of what we saw. All that matters is that we stay alive. We will tell our story, all 5 of us, discreetly, of course. At first, only to those we trust. But those people will tell others. The story will spread. There will be no way to stop it. Sooner or later, the governments will acknowledge what happened to us in the dodecahedron. And until then, we are insurance policies for each other. Ellie, I am very happy about this. It is the greatest thing that ever happened to me. Over breakfast, she asked She if he was disappointed. Disappointed? To go there? He lifted his eyes skyward. To see them and to be disappointed. This is no disappointment. We have lost a minor skirmish. He would shortly be departing for China, where he had agreed to make no public statements about what had happened in the machine. But he would return to supervise the dig at Xi'an. The tomb of Sheen was waiting for him. In Davy, Ellie sensed a grief she had never before noticed. She assumed it was a reaction to the skepticism with which Project Directorate and the governments had greeted their story, but Devi shook her head. Whether they believe us is not very important for me. The experience itself is central. Yes, I'm sad. You know, I satisfied a lifelong wish up there when I found Surindar again, after all these years. He was exactly as I remembered him, exactly as I've dreamed of him. But when I saw him, I knew. This love was precious because it had been snatched away, because I had given up so much to marry him. Nothing more. The man was a fool. 10 years with him and we would have been divorced. Maybe only 5, but I was so young and so foolish. For the first time in my adult life, I do not mourn Surindar. What I mourn is the family I renounced for his sake. I will not permit anyone to trivialize this experience. Ellie, remember, it really happened. It was not a dream. She was returning to Bombay for a few days, and then would visit her ancestral village. Ada was, considering the circumstances, very relaxed. While Ellie and Vega had been undergoing lengthy interrogations, he had been calculating. I think the tunnels are Einstein-Rosen bridges. General relativity admits a class of solutions called wormholes, similar to black holes, but with no evolutionary connection. They cannot be generated, as black holes can, by the gravitational collapse of a star. But the usual sort of wormhole, once made, expands and contracts before anything can cross through. It exerts disastrous tidal forces, and it also requires, at least as seen by an observer left behind, an infinite amount of time to get through. He said that the key problem was holding the wormhole open. He had found a class of solutions to his field equations that suggested a new macroscopic field, a kind of tension that could be used to prevent a wormhole from contracting fully. Such a wormhole would pose none of the other problems of black holes. It would have much smaller tidal stresses, two-way access, quick transit times as measured by an exterior observer, and no devastating interior radiation field. He was eager to return to Lagos to try to work through the new physics their experience had implied, and most of all, to see his wife and children. Ellie, will you do something for me? Remember everything that happened, every detail. Write it down. Our experience represents experimental data. One of us may have seen some point that the others missed, something essential for a deep understanding of what happened. Send me what you write. I have asked the others to do the same. They were departing for their separate nations, and it felt to Ellie as if her own family were being sundered, broken, dispersed. She too had found the experience transforming. A demon had been exorcised, several, and just when she felt more capable of love than she had ever been, she found herself alone. A bargain was made. She could go back to Argus, although no longer as director, and pursue any scientific problem she pleased. She had, if she liked, lifetime tenure. Kitts had said, "We're not unreasonable. You come back with a solid piece of evidence, something really convincing, and we'll join you in making the announcement. We'll say we asked you to keep the story quiet until we could be absolutely sure. Within reason, we'll support any research you want to do. Perhaps the president had helped him change his mind. It was unlikely Kitz was enjoying the compromise. But in return, however, Ellie must say nothing about what had happened aboard the machine. If she breathed a word, the spurious psychiatric profile would find its way to the media, and reluctantly, she would be dismissed. She wondered whether they had tried to buy the others' silence. She couldn't see how, short of shooting the debriefing teams, they could hope to keep this quiet forever. So she concluded they were buying time. It surprised her how mild the threatened punishments were. Ellie thought Kitz would attempt something more. What he agonized about, she was sure, was the possibility that the tunnel was still open. She thought the Hokkaido facility would soon be disassembled. Then, after a decent interval when the world's attention was distracted by other matters, perhaps there would be an explosion at the machine site. Kitz might think that should shake the nozzle loose, but Ellie doubted if any explosion, nuclear or conventional, could disengage the Earth from the tunnel. The next day, President Lasker awarded her the National Medal of Freedom in a public ceremony at the White House. Logs were burning in a fireplace set in a white marble wall. The president had committed a great deal of political as well as financial capital to the machine project and was determined to make the best face of it before the nation and the world. Investments in the machine by the United States and other nations, the argument went, had paid off handsomely. New technologies, new industries were blossoming, promising at least as much benefit for ordinary people as the inventions of Thomas Edison. We had discovered that we are not alone, that intelligence is more advanced than we existed out there in space. They had changed forever, the president said, our conception of who we are. Speaking for herself, but also, she thought, for most Americans, the discovery had strengthened her belief in God, now revealed to be creating life and intelligence on many worlds, a conclusion she was sure would be in harmony with all religions. But the greatest good granted us by the machine was the spirit it had brought to Earth, the increasing mutual understanding within the human community, the sense that we were all fellow passengers on a perilous journey in space and in time, the goal of a global unity of purpose that was now known all over the planet as Mashindo. Dr. Arroway had willingly risked her life. It was not Dr. Arroway's fault that nothing happened when the machine was activated. She deserved the thanks of all Americans and of all people everywhere on Earth. Ellie was a very private person. She should now be permitted some real privacy, so she could resume her scientific career. The president hoped the press would respect Dr. Arroway's wish. Ellie left Washington without determining how much the president knew. She was glad to be back in New Mexico, glad to be setting up a new, although much smaller-scale research program. Because so much telescope time had been freed when the signal from Vega had ceased, there was a heady air of progress in a dozen long, languishing subdisciplines of radio astronomy. At first, a sizable press corps haunted the area in hopes of shouting a question at her or photographing her through a telescopic lens, but she remained resolutely isolated. Over the following weeks and months, the battalion of reporters dwindled to a company, and then to a platoon. Now only a squad of the most steadfast remained, mostly from the World Hologram and other sensationalist weekly newspapers. A television special on her life, made without her consent, described Ellie as more reclusive now than Neil Armstrong or even Greta Garbo. Ellie took it all with cheerful equanimity. She was otherwise occupied. Indeed, she was working night and day. Through open-channel asynchronous telenetting, she and Vega organized a long-term research program. Among the objects to be examined were the vicinity of Sagittarius A, the center of the galaxy, and the great extragalactic radio source, Cygnus A. The Argus telescopes were employed as part of a phased array linked with the Russian telescopes. Together they acted as if they were part of a single radio telescope the size of the Earth. Operating at a wavelength of a few centimeters, they could resolve sources of radio emission as small as the inner solar system, if they were as far away as the center of the galaxy. She spent most of her time writing, modifying existing programs for the Cray 21, and setting down an account, as detailed as she possibly could make it, of the events that had been squeezed into the 20 minutes of Earth time after they activated the machine. Halfway through, she realized she was writing samizdat, typewriter and carbon paper technology. She locked the original and 2 copies in her safe, and secreted the 3rd copy behind a loose plank in the electronics bay of Telescope 49. She burned the carbon paper. In 6 months, about the time she finished reprogramming, Palmer Joss presented himself at the Argus front gate. Even here in the Southwest, he wore, as always, a jacket, a white shirt, and a tie. She gave him the palm frond, thanked him for the pendant, and despite all of Kitz's admonitions, told him everything. They adopted the old practice of her Soviet colleagues who, whenever anything politically unorthodox needed to be said, discovered the urgent necessity for a brisk walk. He listened sympathetically, intelligently, indeed generously, especially for someone whose doctrines must be challenged at their fundaments by her account. After all his reluctance at the time the message had first been received, at last she was showing Argus to him. He was companionable, and she found herself happy to see him. Apparently at random, they climbed up the narrow metal exterior stairways that straddled the base of Telescope 49. The vista of 130 radio telescopes, most of them on their own sets of railway tracks, was like nothing else on Earth. In the electronics bay, she slid back the plank and retrieved a bulky envelope with Joss's name on it. He put it in his inside breast pocket. She told him about her computer program. It's very time-consuming, even with the cray, to calculate pi out to something like 10 to the 20th place. And we don't know that what we're looking for is in pi. They sort of said it wasn't. It might be E. It might be one of the family of transcendental numbers they told Vega about. It might be some altogether different number. So a simple-minded brute force approach, just calculating fashionable transcendental numbers forever, is a waste of time. But here at Argus, we have very sophisticated decryption algorithms designed to find patterns in a signal, designed to pull out and display anything that looks non-random. So I rewrote the programs. From the expression on his face, she was afraid she had not been very clear. She made a small swerve in the monologue. But not to calculate the digits in a number like pi, print them out and present them for inspection. There isn't enough time for that. Instead, the program races through the digits in pi and pauses to think about it only when there's some anomalous sequence of zeros and ones, something non-random. 10% of the digits will be zeros and another 10% will be ones, on average. The program knows what's expected statistically and only pays attention to unexpectedly long sequences of zeros and ones. And it doesn't only look in base 10. I don't understand. If you look at enough random numbers, won't you get any pattern you want simply by chance? Sure, but you can calculate how likely that is. It's like the search for the message. In both cases, we're looking for a signal that's well out of the noise, something that can't be just a statistical fluke. If after a while we get a long sequence of just zeros and ones, well, maybe we could pull a picture out, if there's one in there. It could be anything. You could decode a picture hiding in pi, and it would be a mess of Hebrew letters? Sure. He looked at her quizzically. Forgive me, Eleanor, but don't you think you're being a mite too indirect? Why don't you just tell your story? Palmer, if I had hard evidence, I'd speak up. But if I don't have any, people like Kitz will say that I'm lying or hallucinating. That's why the manuscript's in your pocket. You're going to seal it, date it, notarize it, and put it in a safety deposit box. If anything happens to me, you can release it to the world. I give you full authority to do anything you want with it. And if nothing happens to you, then, when we find what we're looking for, that manuscript will confirm our story. If we find evidence of a double black hole at the galactic center, or some huge artificial construction in Cygnus A, or a message hiding inside pi, this... She tapped him on the chest. This will be my evidence. Then I'll speak out. In the meantime, don't lose it. Ellie, I still don't fully understand. We know there's a mathematical order to the universe, the law of gravity and all that. How is this different? So there's order inside the digits of pi, so what? No, don't you see, this would be different. This isn't just starting the universe out with some precise mathematical laws that determine physics and chemistry. This is a message. Whoever makes the universe hides messages in transcendental numbers so they'll be read 15 billion years later when intelligent life finally evolves. You think God is a mathematician? Something like that. If what we're told is true, if this isn't a wild goose chase, if there's a message hiding in pi, well, that's a lot of ifs. If you're looking for revelation in arithmetic, I know a better way. Palmer, this is the only way. This is the only thing that would convince a skeptic. Imagine we find something. It doesn't have to be tremendously complicated, just something more orderly than could accumulate by chance. That's all we need. Then mathematicians all over the world can find exactly the same pattern or message or whatever it proves to be. But no one could then argue that the key miracle in the religion is some conjurer's trick, or that later historians have falsified the record, or that it's just hysteria or a delusion or a substitute parent for when we grow up. Everyone could be a believer. You can't be sure you'll find anything. You can hide here and compute till the cows come home, or you can go out and tell your story to the world. Sooner or later, you'll have to choose. Why are you so eager for me to tell my story, Palmer? Don't you think there's been a strange reversal of our positions? Here I am, the bearer of the profound religious experience I can't prove, really. Palmer, I can barely fathom it. And here you are, a hardened skeptic, trying, more successfully than I ever did, to be kind to the credulous. Oh, no, Eleanor, I'm not a skeptic. I'm a believer. Are you? The story I have to tell isn't exactly about punishment and reward. It's not exactly Advent and rapture. There's not a word in it about Jesus. A part of my message is that we're not central to the purpose of the cosmos. What happened to me makes us all seem very small. It does. But it also makes God very big. I've been searching, Eleanor. After all these years, believe me, I know the truth when I see it. Any faith that admires truth, that strives to know God, must be brave enough to accommodate the universe. I mean the real universe. All those light years. All those worlds. I think of the scope of your universe, the opportunities it affords the Creator, and it takes my breath away. It's much better than bottling him up in one small world. Your universe has room enough and time enough for the kind of God I believe in. People are going to believe you, Eleanor. Millions of them, all over the world. I know it for certain. She shook her head, and they walked on in silence before he continued. All right, then, I understand. You take as much time as you have to. I understand, too, Palmer. Bear with me a few more months. If we haven't found something in pi by then, I'll consider going public with what happened up there. And maybe Ada and the others would be willing to speak out also. Okay? They walked back toward the Argus administration building. Have you ever been married, Ellie? No, I guess I've been too busy. Ever been in love? Halfway, half a dozen times, but there was always so much noise. The signal was hard to find. And you? Never. But I have faith. He smiled. The nursing home called. Ellie's mother was failing. She rushed to Wisconsin, but was too late. Her mother had died. She called Joss and asked him if he would perform the funeral service. I don't have to tell you I'm not formally religious, but there were times when my mother was. He would be there on the next plane, he assured her. In her hotel room that evening, a chime sounded, and the not-quite-noiseless carriage of her telefax came to life. It was linked to the Argus computer. There was no real urgency. Whatever the computer had found was not about to go away. Pi would not set as the Earth turned. If there was a message hiding inside Pi, it would wait for her forever. "Stand by," the computer printed out on the telefax screen. The Argus computer had gone deep into Pi, deeper than anyone on Earth had ever gone, but not nearly so deep as the caretakers had ventured. This was much too soon, she thought, to be the long, undecrypted message about which her father had told her on the shores of that uncharted sea. Maybe this was just a gearing up, a preview of coming attractions, an encouragement to further exploration, so humans would not lose heart. Whatever it was, it could not possibly be the message the caretakers were struggling with. "Transmission problem. Please stand by." She was linked to the Argus computer by a communications relay satellite. Perhaps there had been an attitude control problem or a programming foul-up. In the meantime, she had to make the arrangements for her mother's funeral. She turned away from the computer screen. She had to make lists and telephone calls. Ellie had programmed the computer to be persistent, even a little innovative, in attracting her attention if it thought it had found something in Pi. The anomaly showed up most starkly in base 11 arithmetic, where it could be written out entirely as zeros and ones. Compared with what had been received from Vega, this could be at best a simple message, but its statistical significance was high. The program reassembled the digits into a square raster, an equal number across and down. The first line was an uninterrupted file of zeros left to right. The second line showed a single numeral 1, exactly in the middle, with zeros to the borders left and right. After a few more lines, an unmistakable arc had formed, composed of ones. The simple geometrical figure had been quickly constructed line by line. The last line of the figure emerged, all zeros except for a single-centered 1. The subsequent line would be zeros only, part of the frame. Hiding in the alternating patterns of digits deep inside the transcendental number was a perfect circle, its form traced out by unities in a field of knots. The universe was made on purpose, the circle said. In whatever galaxy you happen to find yourself, you take the circumference of a circle, divide it by its diameter, measure closely enough, and uncover a miracle. Another circle, drawn kilometers downstream of the decimal point. There would be richer messages further in. It doesn't matter what you look like, or what you're made of, or where you come from. As long as you live in this universe and have a modest talent for mathematics, sooner or later you'll find it. It's already here. It's inside everything. You don't have to leave your planet to find it. In the fabric of space and in the nature of matter, as in a great work of art, there is, written small, the artist's signature. Standing over humans, gods and demons, subsuming caretakers and tunnel builders, there is an intelligence that antedates the universe. The circle had closed. She had found what she had been searching for.
Contact was written by Carl Sagan and read by Jodie Foster. It was abridged for audio by Ann Davis. Editing, post-production, and sound design by Michael Jones. The associate producer was Sloan Seaman. Contact was produced and directed by Karen Frillman. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio.